From closed session.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of reopening the meeting from closed session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. I would entertain a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned. The time being 5 p.m., I would call to order the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board for January 16th. If the Secretary would please call the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Kogia.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Vita. Here. Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
President Bourne.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on approval of the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the approval of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstentions? The motion carries. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of December 19th, 2018. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the minutes of December 19th? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. We're moving on to reports of officers for the very likely last report from Superintendent Merrill.
Thank you, President Bourne, and in fact it is not very likely, but it is the Superintendent's report from Interim Superintendent Merrill. I wanted to say a couple things. One, first of all, in forestry, the mild weather has allowed the forestry department to get a big jump on stump grinding, as well as tree trimming, as I would note in front of my house that the trees were being trimmed. So that was great. The boulevard trees. Contractors are currently focusing on grinding stumps that would conflict with the spring tree planting. Also in maintenance, as we note, this past December and even into earlier this month until this week, the temperatures have been up. 6 degrees above normal in December, and now about 5 degrees warmer so far this January. Then in 1970. Warm temperatures, including days in the 40s and over an inch of rain over the holidays, have impacted ice safety. So ice near storm sewer outlets, bridges, channels, and streams is weaker and thinner than typical. And there have been areas of open water near bridges. The recent cold temperatures have created a thin layer of ice in previously open water. These areas are not safe. And so we want residents to really avoid any areas that are marked thin ice signs. In fact, really just avoid any open water that's not on land during this time. It has not had enough time to freeze all the way through. But the good news is that our crews have been very, very hard at work to maintain our ice rinks. And as of today, all outdoor ice rinks are open. So that's good news. In environmental management, there has been the installment of Phase 2 of the boardwalk at the Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden. It's underway. And at that same time, along with the installation of nearly 300 feet of the elevated boardwalk is complete. And then there's an elevated gathering space and 20-foot long custom bench that will be completed in February. And Friends of the Wildflower Garden are donating up to $75,000 for completion of Phase 2 at the garden. I also would like Assistant Superintendent Cox to step forward and share a little bit about the excitement that was going on at North Commons this morning.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you, Superintendent Merrill. For those of you who were unable to attend this afternoon, you truly missed a treat. Today was the press conference for the 2019 2019 NCAA Final Four, which will be hosted in Minneapolis. And if you remember from my presentation some weeks ago, that we are the recipient of the NCAA's Legacy Restoration Project Award, which means that North Commons is getting kind of this full facelift and makeover. So they're doing all sorts of stuff to redo the gym floor, lighting and sound and all sorts of stuff. But in addition to that, we received $10,000 from Target Corporation to outfit the rest of the space with all kinds of stuff that makes the space updated and welcoming for teens. And so if you get a chance to swing by, check out the teen room, which has all sorts of new stuff in there that either allows them to kind of hang with their friends, do homework, socialize, or whatever it is that teens do these days. So that I think you'll find that fun. Also note that the gym now is officially closed until the unveil in, I believe, on April 2nd, but I'll confirm that date.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and with that, I would like to bring Director Dawn Summers forward, and she will be presenting our 2018 Superintendent's Annual Report, Playing for Life.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrill, President Bourne, and Commissioners. I think I say this every year, and I think I will continue to say it every year I get an opportunity to present this, but the annual report is one of the most rewarding projects that my department gets to work on, because it's really a chance to look back throughout the year and look at all the things that were accomplished. We tend to focus on one or two things, and when you look back at a year and the way we do this report, it's really amazing what the Park Board does, often despite funding challenges and weather challenges and all kinds of other things. It's really amazing. So in front of you at your desk area, you should all have a copy of the report, and I'm just going to very quickly walk through it. So Mary, as you know, the cover says Playing for Life because that has been Mary's motto for the past 12, 13 months. We've used it because she lives that way and believes in that and really believes that it represents the way we should be approaching the park system and recreation and how we serve. So the publication opens up with a message from Superintendent Merrill. She really notes the honor that it is to have served the organization and you and the community for the past 12 months. It really highlights a lot of the high-level accomplishments and also does a brief introduction for our new superintendent, is how it ends. We move on to the 20-year neighborhood park plan. This is a page, the 20-year neighborhood park plan and the racial equity page were pages that we added in 2 years ago to really highlight the significance of the work that we've been doing around those areas. So again, the 20-year neighborhood park plan talks about the capital improvement investments that were made in 2018, the rehab and the maintenance. And when you look at the little sidebar and note that we had an extra 14,500 additional hours in building maintenance, 6,300 in gardening alone, not to mention the millions that were put into capital investments. Again, it's a really nice, quick, at-a-glance review of what those $11 million went into to provide additional services to the community. Under racial equity, again, we talk about the Racial Equity 101 training that the community outreach rolled out this year. Our ongoing work with the internal influencers, there's now 72 staff that are involved in that work, and our ongoing work with the Government Alliance on Racial and Equity. Then it really moves through the rest of the document is really lined up. This document for a number of years has been in alignment with our 2007 to 2020 comprehensive plan. So really what it does from this point forward is talk through the various visions and values outlined in the comprehensive report. So under the urban forest, natural areas, and waters, you'll find everything from our use of goats again in 2018, the more than, again, I think it's 7,000 some odd watercraft that were inspected, the unfortunate discovery of zebra mussels at Lake Harriet, but all the things that they prevented through those inspections. It talks about Elm Return 40, phase out of ash. Again, lots of good information in our natural resource areas. Under recreation section, again, I'm just kind of walking through some really high-level highlights, but we've got the new LGBTQ golf league that started. One of the things I'm always amazed at is we try to put in here, we have an amazing number of volunteers that serve in our recreation area through our various staff, and there was more, the volunteer hours that people donated in 2018 were valued at more than $2.7 million. And that is, it's a really amazing testament to the fact that the support we receive from volunteers to provide the services that we do in the park system. And again, and also within this section of recreation, we talk about how for the first time we did the community-led Juneteenth celebration and all that the numbers that drew. So really an amazing year. We move on with dynamic parks. And this focus really, I have to say, really highlights a lot of the work of our planning division. A lot of their work is featured in here. You know, it really talks about the amount of master planning that was done in 2018. Master plans that were either under the way, or that were approved by the board yourself. So again, a lot of work that's highlighted in here. And we start off the year with the renaming of a lake to Bedema-Casca. So again, a lot of things in here. I'm not going to read it all. You'll have to read that at your leisure. And then we move into the vision section. So the vision section is really what our visions are, what guide commissioners, staff, and volunteers. And this is where we talk about the glyphosate ban, the formation of the pesticide committee, and a lot of other great things. So again, I hope you'll take the time to read through this. I'm just hitting the really high highlights. We also do have it's hard to condense, 500 employees, 1,200 part-time into 2 pages, but we have a really brief highlight on the organizational overview and just some fun stats of the things, everything from the number of web hits to how many playgrounds went in, how many emails customer service took in, how many permits issued, and things like that. So, and then we also highlight the workforce equity. I think it's impressive. We continue to work toward building an inclusive workforce, and I think the numbers speak for themselves if you look at that section. We wrap it up. We include our little fast facts have been something of interest for a number of years, so we put the funding fast facts. The last 2 pages are the funding facts where we really talk about what is invested in each of the districts, your commissioner districts, as well as a condensed financial report. And we wrap it all up with just a handful, by no means all, of our accomplishments and awards that we have on the back. So we print 900 of these. It is already online. So by all means, through your social media and others, please promote it and let people know that it's available. It's an ADA compliant document that lives in the About Us section in the superintendent area. We also obviously make them available through headquarters. We send them out. There'll be copies available this afternoon. We did a massive distribution. So they will be out in the mail tomorrow to libraries and to all of our recreation centers. And we also send out to our partners, whether that's public officials and neighborhood associations and so forth. So that is a lot of information, and I was hoping to be quick, so I hope I was. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Summers. Do folks have any questions, comments for either the superintendent or Ms. Summers or executive staff? Commissioner French.
Just want to thank you, Ms. Summers, for all the hard work that you put into this fabulous, beautiful report here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner French. And I did not start this out the way I intended to, because I always get excited to say how excited I am to work on this. But this is really a collaborative project. We work very closely, obviously, with Superintendent Merrill. But this is done, a lot of people, my team, but it really is compiled through the efforts of, the staff and directors throughout the whole organization to try to very concisely put in all their achievements and highlights for the year.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Again, kudos. Kudos for the work of publishing it and everything, but kudos, of course, to the organization for all that we did. So if anybody here wanted to get a couple of these copies, are they available this evening?
Yes, I believe they should already be down at customer service, but I also happen to know where, the quantities are. So I would be happy to make sure that there's some extra copies in the back of the room, as well as for you as you end your board meeting tonight.
Thank you. Hoorah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Is there anyone else that has any questions or comments on the annual report? Seeing none, I will also just extend my congratulations to and thanks to Superintendent Merrill and all of our incredible staff. There are so many accomplishments in here, as there are year after year, and it's a very good way to just tell a small part of our story in a small booklet. Doesn't really cover everything we do every single day, but there are some highlights in here that I think every one of us up here are very proud of. And I think everybody out out there should be very proud of too. So thank you for taking the time to put that together and help tell our story, Ms. Summers.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item on our agenda, I'd like to again invite Superintendent Emeritus Merrill forward. And staff and commissioners have worked on a special thank you for your service. So Superintendent Emeritus.
Thank you, President Bourne. I just wanted to take a moment of your time to say a little thank you and to do a little reflecting on my time with the Park Board. And so with that, playing for life, I want to thank all of you, every single commissioner, for this opportunity to return to serve the people of Minneapolis and the Park Board as your interim superintendent during a year-long transition period. Being here and working on behalf of our youth and our citizens and our residents has been truly my honor. And so early on in my career, you can see 1972, just a few pictures of some highlights, some times that we were working with our youth to establish girls groups, to do some walking in the park, to talk to community residents, and just really gathering information and talking about how our parks serve and are an integral part of the city of Minneapolis. Just a few highlights from we received the Winfield Minority Awards. If you're familiar with David and Stephen Winfield and their work in St. Paul, they gave us an award for our work with girls. 1989 was our historic year of winning the national gold medal. Go back, please. And that was the board at that time. Nancy Anderson, Naomi Loper, Walter Bratt, there is Commissioner Hillmeyer, and Superintendent David Fisher was the superintendent at the time. Harvey Feldman was the assistant superintendent for administration. Tom Montgomery for operations and environment, and then myself as recreation. This happened to be my project, so I felt like I won that year. And then again, some important girls group events that we were at that happened to be my daughter and Heidi Paulberg Pope. We can go on. Just a few different entities. One at my my first retirement party, and so my only retirement party. Another at the National Forum Black Public Administrators, who came together, and award winners from NRP EMS. So, go on. Being out in the parks and engaging with youth has always been an important part of my job. Here we are coming up the steps. This is our first entry into this building. So we're pretty excited. I'm flanked by Commissioner Olson and Commissioner Irwin and the other commissioners as we're coming up the steps into the space. And this really special picture to me, when I came across it, I had forgotten about it, with Commissioner Annie Young and Commissioner Ed Solomon, two deceased commissioners. Isn't that a fabulous, amazing picture? Isn't it just incredible? So, keep going. We're at Bidet Makaska. That was when I first came back. And there is a group of former commissioners and current commissioners as a part of that. I think Representative Hornstein is there, Senator are there. So great picture, and then also some pictures of being really out there on the gym floor with the kids. Let's go on. Here we are at the Gray Cove, accepting the land with Mayor Fry and Commissioner Severson and others. Phillips Aquatic Center. A lot of stuff happened this year. This year at the Nicollet Island Pavilion to acknowledge the $1 million gift to the foundation. Keep going. There we are with just some of the staff, the people who work so hard for this organization, who give their heart and soul to this organization to make it what it is today, the #1 park system in the country. I can't say enough about John Goodrich. All of you who know John, he's just this very special, special person. And I can't say enough about that. When Superintendent Bangora is already working very closely with him, and I think they will have a great relationship as well. And again, some more of the staff who are responsible for doing great things. Director Wiseman, Assistant Superintendent Cox, Deputy Superintendent Ringel, and Radius Guest from Community Outreach. So there we are at Martin Luther King Park, and receiving the 6th year in a row #1 park system in America. And I was so happy and proud to have members of the Legacy Council who were there to celebrate with us. And so I think some of them are here tonight. Would you mind standing? Please. These individuals do such a fantastic job for our system, for our community, and especially at the Reverend Dr. Martin. Pardon? All right, good. And there we have it, Playing for Life, being involved in the work here in our city and in our community, the work that makes such an amazing difference has been my life's joy. And so again, I thank you for the opportunity. And I say bon voyage, I say so long, farewell, all of those things to you. And let you know that if you need me, not as superintendent, but if you need me, I'm happy to come back and help where I can. Thank you so much.
I think Deputy Superintendent has something that the staff would like to present you with, Mary.
Mary, we're glad you liked that one photo. Because we have, on behalf of staff, a photo with signatures that you'll be able to take with you. Clearly, you have many lovely, lovely memories of the park board, but we wanted to make sure to grab a snapshot of today so you could take that with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Photo bomb.
Brilliant.
Shows us.
And Mary, I know.
Right?
Can we see
Oh,
it?
you want to see it? Oh, here.
Brian, you're a standout in that photo.
What's new?
And it's the crafty work of Director Olson who made that happen. So thank you to her. And I know staff across the organization will probably have many things that they want to share with you and thank you for. I know this is my second tour with you, and many others have. This is their second tour. And just a couple of things that I would share. I've told you this before. You bring to this role an integrity of thinking about how the past has built to today in a way that is very honoring. And I think that's important for us as an organization and as we move forward, and you do it so well. So thank you for that. And then the other piece that you say daily, if not more than once, is to encourage us to do our very best work. And I think those are, that's a hallmark of many of the speeches you have made to us over the years. So thank you for that as well.
Do commissioners have any last advice that they need from the superintendent? We still have her for a few more days, but any comments or questions for the superintendent? Seeing none,
I have one more point
You-
of privilege.
Superintendent.
I just wanted to say that as I leave, I am so excited about the new superintendent, Albert Bangor. I am so excited about him, and I know that he is going to lead this organization to new heights. He is his creativity, his vision, his sense of integrity, his passion, and his energy level are something that I think is going to just incredibly move this board and the park system forward. So I leave you in very excellent hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I will just say before we move on that the entire board, and I would say in many ways the city of Minneapolis owes you a debt of gratitude. So thank you again for dedicating virtually your entire professional career to making sure that youth and kids in the city of Minneapolis have a safe and enriching place to play. It's been one of the honors of my life to work with you for the last year. So thank you for everything that you've taught me, Mary. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on to reports of. I'm going to move on to consent business while I pull up my notes. Moving on to consent business, is there I would entertain a resolution for passage of Resolution 2019-104 and 2019-105.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2018-104 and 2018-105? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2018-104 and 2018-105, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. We'll move on into reports of standing committees. Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2019-101, a resolution approving the splash pad concept plan for Curry Park.
It has been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Or is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-104? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-101, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Chair Vita.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-103, a resolution approving a lease agreement with Alfred Bangora, leasing space at 3954 Bryant Avenue South, Minneapolis, located within the Lindale Farmstead Park for a term of up to 1 year.
It has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Forney.
Did you want discussion now before open time?
We have 2 minutes before open time, if
Okay.
you'd like to.
Thank you. Yes, I still have some lingering concerns about the lease space and everything. And my understanding is that we will have, there is a provision in there. Excuse me? Did you say amendment?
Is there an amendment?
There's an amendment to
Are you asking for? There's a staff recommended amendment.
Okay.
Maybe Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, if you just want to go over that briefly, and then we'll break into open time, and then you can continue
Okay.
your conversation.
President Board and Commissioners, I will go through this really quickly. There is a revised version of the lease and a summary of the changes coming to you. Basically, in the section that deals with the premises, we clarified what the exclusive use areas would be and defining those as the second and third floor. We added language regarding tours to the kinds of events and activities that might take place as part of public access. The times when the public access would be occurring within the premises are defined by day and by time of day. Language has been noted that public access could only be granted through the landlord and not through the tenant. And language has been added related to additional public access and the potential need to amend this lease should additional public access be considered. There's a change to the term of the lease, allowing the tenant to provide 30 days written notice on or before less than 30 days written notice on or before the 20th of June, should the tenant decide that they want to make some to terminate the lease. And the last piece relates to the payment schedule during the first several months of the lease. And so those are enumerated on the first sheet, and they are highlighted in the change text in the lease itself.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. We'll move into open time, and then if you have additional questions, Commissioner Horning, we can go back to you. Welcome to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Every meeting at a time certain point at 5:30, we go into what is called open time, and that's our opportunity to take public comments and testimony from anybody in the community on virtually any topic that they'd like to have the board dedicate some attention to. We do have some guidelines for open time, and I'm just going to go over those briefly with folks before we open the floor to speakers. We just ask that any individuals wishing to speak call to the park board or come in and sign up to speak by 3 o'clock on the day that we're on the day of the meeting. And then you're placed on the list, and then then you go in the order that was called. Open time for public comment typically does not exceed 15 minutes, with up to 3 minutes being allowed per speaker. We have 12 speakers, and I'm going to allocate everybody 90 seconds. The open time, we just have a couple of guidelines, a couple of additional guidelines. If folks have signs or anything that they want to display that make sure that the board sees, we just ask that you be thoughtful of the folks that might be sitting behind you, and if you have something like that you want to display, that you display that along the perimeter of the room. And also just keep in mind that the park board does not tolerate any harassing or discriminatory language towards anyone. So please keep those thoughts in mind when you're making your comments. The only two things that we do not receive public comment on during open time are pending litigation and personnel issues. So if you have anything that you want to bring to the board's attention on those items, the best way to do that is to bring that forward to commissioners or executive staff individually, and all of our contact information can be found on the website, minneapolisparks.org. So with that, I have 12 speakers signed up. My first speaker I have is Mike Tilleman. Mike, if you would come forward and state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
Okay. My name is Mike Tilleman. My address is 1244 Lakeview Avenue South, and I'm here representing the Minneapolis Clay Court community organization. And first, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to present to you. And our vision is to build and maintain a new clay court on the site of an existing hard court currently in disrepair, doing this without asking for money from the park board. Doing this will create a nationally recognized, unique public park experience for everyone in Minneapolis. Similar to a community garden, a community clay court will bring together people of different ages and socioeconomic backgrounds to use and maintain a public clay court. Community members will be stewards of this environmentally friendly space. And this project aligns with the Minneapolis Park Board's mission to promote health, well-being, and community. It's a dream of mine to be able to play tennis for my entire life. After the pounding of playing tennis on hard courts for almost 40 years, I've worn out both my hips. A few years ago, I had those hips replaced, and I now have titanium in both legs. I still have my dream, though, to play this game I love for my entire life. And I know now, just like the people who play at Minneapolis Country Club know, that to do that, it's going to really help my chances to be able to play on clay. And I don't think the joy of playing into one's later years should be limited to those who afford it. I want to make this available to all the people of Minnesota.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have additional written comments, you can give them to Ms. Summers, and they'll get entered into the record. And I'd also, if you have any questions, I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. If you have any questions for him this evening, he would be the most appropriate staff person to talk to. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charles Weed. Charles, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
Sure. My name is Charles Weed. My address is 4015 Pillsbury Avenue South. I'm also here for the Minneapolis Community Clay Court Project. I wanted to explain to the board that what you have in place right now is all 100% hard courts, asphalt covered with an acrylic coating on top. What we're talking about is a court that's made out of clay. It's 2 to 3 inches of clay covered with brick dust. The difference between a clay court and a hard court is a clay court you slide on. A hard court you don't slide on. So when you're running to get the ball before it bounces twice, if you have good hips and you have good knees, stopping short and changing direction is not a problem. If you're older than 50, it starts to become a problem and you start to really feel it. Most people don't know that you can do something about this. You can play on clay. Clay is a tremendous surface to play on, and what we'd like to do is expose more people in the tennis public to that surface so that they can feel the difference. A lot of people just stop playing tennis. That's what they do. Steve is going to be next, and he has 2 new knees. We lost him for a little while, and we had to bring him back and play some doubles with us. Now what we're trying to do is build a clay court for all those like Mike and Steve who don't have access to clay. Please let us take one of your courts that's in disrepair and build a clay court on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Claypool. Steve, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Hi, I'm Stephen Claypool, and I live at 4241 44th Avenue South. And yes, I'm here for the Clay Court Initiative. I grew up playing in Germany. I learned to play on clay there, and playing tennis on a clay court is just much better. There's a reason why the entire world plays on clay, except for North America. It is better for beginners. It's easier to learn on. People enjoy it more. We can start to grow the game of tennis, again, if we get a clay court available to the citizens of Minneapolis. And as has already been discussed, it's much better for your body. I'm a physician also, and if you're interested, I can share the studies with you. A lot fewer injuries on clay. As Charles mentioned, I'm only 50. I've had both my knees replaced because it's not good to sprint and stop on asphalt. Clay is much easier. And in fact, the Senior Tennis Players Club, which has 700 members, supports our initiative. The aging population wants to play on clay, but it's not an option for the average person in Minneapolis. So we would like to talk to you about supporting our effort to replace one of your aging disrepair courts that you have to figure out something to do with and put a clay court on it and have the community maintain it and make tennis available for all, especially on clay. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Sally Korsch. Sally, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Hi, I'm Sally Grants-Korsch, and I live at 83 6th Avenue Northeast. I'm respectfully submitting to the Park Board that the Pioneer statue at the B.F. Nelson needs an interpretive historical plaque added to it so that the public can understand the historical event that was depicted in 1680, but will also help to clarify and hopefully address and change our attitudes and perspectives over the last 330 years. I strongly commend you on the last Mississippi River Regional Master Plan that it calls for a number of historical interpretive opportunities, and this is a prime example of one that should be done right away and soon. I served on the CAC board for the B.F. Nelson and Boom Island 10 years ago, and I was a part of the Stano neighborhood. I was on the board for the Stano neighborhood in 2010 when we gave $75,000 for the relocation of this Pioneer statue. I didn't like at the time the back of the statue, and I thought it was disrespectful to the indigenous Indians, and I think so now. But what is worse is that now a number of other people in the last couple of months have proven their dislike and have vandalized it, and you've had to spend operation dollars to fix it. we really, I took this to Commissioner Meyer. He suggested I go to the neighborhood group. The neighborhood group is strongly in favor of this historical plaque. We went there on January 10th. I went there on January 10th. It's an important piece, but they mentioned that it's a thing of equity. It's also a concern to represent the community as a whole. And more importantly, they also talked about it should be a jurisdictional issue that belongs to you and not the neighborhood.
Thank you, Sally. We received your pieces in public record. If you'd also like to share them with Ms. Summers, they'll make sure that they get added to the agenda packet. And if you have any additional questions tonight, I'm going to also refer you to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. Or I'm sorry, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. Our next speaker is Al Flowers. Al, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
Thank you, Commissioner Chairman Bourne. I just came up. I want to continue to stress my thank you to Superintendent Merle and wishing her the best of luck and thanking you for really bringing the youth focus back to the park. And it's a big deal to me, and I'd like to thank the people that work on the youth projects that in Juneteenth. I'd like to thank Corky for continuing to try to move that Juneteenth to bring the narrative back to the African American community about what their heritage is. And I'd like to also thank Heidi and all the rest of them that's been working, Serena and all of them that's been working with our youth for all these years. When I came over here, I get a call about, I see Administrator Cox was talking about what was happening at North Commons, but I know Commissioner Stevenson know it was a shooting up at North High School, right around the corner from it. So it's a big deal. I'm saying this to the commissioner, what's happening in our community, that we continue to push good ideas and keep talking to our youth and collaborating. But then I also want to support the tenants. I like them saying that we don't need nothing. Well, we need something, so I'm going to make that clear that we need help over there. And we want, when Superintendent Anderson Merle leaves, that we really push for these kids with the youth line, with all these youth lines. Thank you, and thank you again, Superintendent, and I will always be grateful for what you did about Juneteenth. That's a big deal to me. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Our next speaker is Cynthia Wilson. Cynthia, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
Cynthia Wilson, 2117 West River Road. I'm speaking on behalf of the NAACP. I was expecting, we have some of our executive board here on this evening. I was expecting our vice president to be here, but I know she had a double booking. So with that said, Happy New Year. And to the president and the board, just want to say a couple of things. Want to thank you first, Meg Forney, for your apology to Mary. Yes. Mary accepted it, and we spoke with her, so we'll take that apology as well. So thank you for that. Just in addition to that, I want to say that as a board and as your constituency, you know, we fought hard, the NAACP, with coming down to these meetings, over 30 meetings to you know, get some change, and we believe that we did that. And upon that change, it's really disheartening when we see the board going back and forth with each other. That's not what we were pushing to get. And obviously, there's going to be people on this board that have a difference of opinion, and that's fine. But for the better good of this organization, the board has to come together. You're not going to agree with everything, we get that. But being disruptive and disrespectful is not going to take anything anywhere. So as we move forward into the new year, it's my hope that the board comes together and maintains a level of integrity and respect. I want to say that the NAACP is also standing in support of Al Bangura, not because he's going to be the first black male as superintendent, but because as a male, we're looking for him to work closely with the NAACP and to move forward our agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. If you have additional comments, you can submit them to Ms. Summers.
I don't have any additional comments. I just want to say thank you to Mary again. It's been echoed once, twice, 3 times, but thank you again for what you've done. And thank you for the fight that you had to fight during the process. But that's who you are. So we expect it from a strong black woman.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Our next speaker is Ralph Crowder. Is Ralph here this evening? Ralph? I will check back in a little bit and see if Ralph is here. Our next speaker is Arlene Freed. Arlene, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Arlene Freed, 1109 Xerxes Avenue South. I'm talking about the Park Board's annual meeting and election of officers, a disappointing outcome. Commissioners, I am here to express my disappointment and surprise that Commissioner Latricia Vitow, who is a top vote getter for Park Board in the 2017 citywide election, did not get the support of a majority of the male members of this board for the position of Vice President at the election at the last meeting. Of the 6 men on the board, only one, Chris Meyer, voted for her. Thank you, Chris. Park Board President Brad Bourne has said he wants this board to be a collaborative board. The vote for Vice President was an opportunity for the board to demonstrate its intention to be a collaborative board, and I was hoping for at least a couple of the 5 votes required to be cast by the male members of the board. So I was surprised when 5 of the 6 male commissioners did not vote for Latricia. It was not what I had been expecting for the new board. As we move forward, I urge the board to be more equitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freed. Our next speaker is Ralph Crowder back yet? I'll come back to him. Annika Bowie. Is Annika here this evening? Anika. I'll check back and see. I'll check back before we close open time and see if she's still here. Emmanuel Ortiz. Emmanuel, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Good evening. My name is Emmanuel Ortiz. I'm at 2903 14th Avenue South. I wanted to address the Board of Commissioners on an issue that you will see coming down the pipeline, and that is the issue of the Upper Harbor Terminal Development site on the north side along the west side of the Mississippi River. I'm part of a coalition of organizers and organizations and residents that is deeply concerned and opposed to the Upper Harbor Terminal concept plan as it stands. This is a development, a collaboration between the city of Minneapolis, the Park Board, Thor Construction Companies, United Properties, and First Avenue. Having witnessed the process, we feel that the process of community engagement has not sufficiently reached Northside residents. In fact, we were just out door knocking on Saturday and knocked on a couple of neighbors right across the street from the development, the majority of whom knew nothing about the Upper Harbor Terminal development site, and the majority of whom, when we talked about them, had significant concerns about the impact that this development would have on their neighborhood. This includes the significant potential for displacement and inequity in North Minneapolis. These 2 things in particular are important because they are in direct violation of the green zones and promise zones commitments, that the city of Minneapolis has made. This project lies directly within the green zones and promise zones boundaries, and the city, even when asked directly, has failed to respond with an adequate response as to how they would respond to and address these issues. So the anti-displacement, the equity, the idea of a $48 million amphitheater at taxpayers' expense, and this being the only plan offered, raises significant concerns for a lot of people.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. If you have additional comments, you can submit them to Ms. Summers. And I will also refer you to Assistant Superintendent Michael Schroeder. Our next speaker is Michael Chaney. Michael, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Michael Chaney, 1832 Columbus, South Minneapolis. Here to speak about the Upper Harbor. Sitting eerily quiet on the corner of First Avenue and Minneapolis Port Road sits one of Minneapolis's, in particular North Minneapolis's, greatest secrets. Like a phantom, this 48 acres of land sits beneath the radar, off the grid, in another world. To the unwitting, uninformed average Joe, it is the former home of Northern Metals. But to those who make it their business to keep in the know up on what's going on behind the scenes, this juicy plum of real estate is known as the Upper Harbor Terminal. The question remains, will the Upper Harbor Terminal be a pathway to prosperity for residents of a disenfranchised and marginalized community, or will it be business as usual, another tragic footnote in history where greedy, self-serving speculators, facilitated by the public servants we elected to lead, rush in to rob us of our natural heritage as the rightful heir to this place and time? If that becomes the case, it will prove once again, unfortunately, to be just another dead-end street for the sons and daughters of North Minneapolis. Mississippi Great River, fur traders and slave raiders and industrial coal agers, they claimed her as their savior, yet the MISSISSIPPI treated her foul. Pollutants what they gave her as they harassed, molested, and then raped her. That's how they repaid her in return for all her favors. And now we piddle, pedal, paddle fast past our dirty, ugly past in a desperate attempt to try to save ourselves from self-destruction in the form of exploding greenhouse gas. There's been no environmental plan for the Upper Harbor. There's been no transportation plan for the Upper Harbor. And once again, we're seeing the private citizens benefiting from public dollars. Say no to the Upper Harbor concept plan as it stands until we can get further engagement from the residents of North Minneapolis.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. If you have additional comments, you can submit them to Ms. Summers, and they'll make sure they get printed into the public record. And our next speaker is Nate Wurtzer. Is Nate here this evening? I will go back and check the other two speakers. Is Ralph Crowder here this evening? Still no Ralph. And is Anika Bowie here? Did she make it in? Not seeing any of those three. I am now closing open time. Commissioner Forney, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Back to the lease agreement, right? Let's get to it. I didn't know if there was any explanation. Michael, okay, nope, we don't need it. Okay. I still have ongoing concerns, about, as I've indicated, about quiet enjoyment. And so I appreciate that there is some more definition to the exclusive use and also to narrowing the hours of the use by the Legacy, Society. So a couple of things that I have concern. Who's the landlord?
President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, the Park Board is the landlord.
Okay, so Al Bangor is not the landlord.
In this case, it is defined in the Al Bangor will be the tenant, the Park Board will be the landlord.
Okay, and it's a dicey or whatever. I don't think it's going to be an issue, but I just wanted to make note of that. And my understanding is that there has been a permit with the Legacy Society, but there is no longer a permit. And is that something that we're going to be reissuing?
President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, there has been a permit with the Legacy Society. It's my understanding that expired on the 7th of January. And relative to the lease you're agreeing, we are not tying anything related to that permit or its reissuance to this lease.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. And I am very concerned about, as I call it, quiet enjoyment, and so access. And so if we could get to find who has keys, just to make sure that, once again, I want to protect his privacy as much as possible, if we can have that. And then also, do we have an inventory of the furniture that presently is in there that I believe is all owned by the Legacy Society?
President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, I may defer to either the superintendent or deputy because we've been going through that with the Legacy Society as they have identified that there is furniture that they own, but I'm not certain at this point that we have a list.
I think that's paramount. Go ahead.
Superintendent Merrill.
Oh, okay. Here's what I know. I think we need to do an inventory. Some of the furnishings are ours, and some are the Legacy and Society, and I think that we need to do an inventory and determine what is ours and what is not ours. Deputy Superintendent Ringo may have a little bit more information on that. I'm not sure, but I know that some of it is ours and some of it is theirs.
President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, the items that I can confirm are ours are the table and the chairs, and the couch, and there's a piano in the main level that's also ours. There's also a piano in the main level currently that is not ours, but there is one that is ours. But to Superintendent Merrill's point, we think it's really important to do a full inventory.
Thank you. And if I understand correctly, that with the permit then comes insurance that would be covering the legacy's use. Okay, appreciate that. And I don't know that there was any other questions, but appreciate that Al is going to be staying there.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. I'm glad to hear that we'll be doing an inventory and that we'll be delineating what is park board property and what is not park board property. Will the park board property be added into the asset management system and tracked similarly to the other assets that we have here at the park board?
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, that would seem logical.
Oh, lovely. Thank you for the confirmation. I will second Commissioner Forney's concerns about quiet enjoyment of the property. As I stated initially, this is an incredibly stressful job that Mr. Bangora has signed up for, and allowing the public into a place that should be a place of quiet solitude is concerning to me. So if it doesn't work out, is there an opportunity to amend this lease to indicate that it would be fully for private use during his lease period?
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, we do, depending on anything that might happen with the Legacy Society or anyone else requesting a permit to use that, we could make an amendment. There are provisions, I believe it's Section 19 of the lease, that allow us to make amendments to the lease.
Okay. Thank you very much for the additional information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Superintendent Merrill, are you still looking to? Okay. Commissioner Forney, Commissioner Meyer, and then Commissioner Forney for the second time.
Just wanted to say I'm happy with the amendment. I'm glad that we'll be able to allow public access at periodic times. Do we need someone to actually move the amendment still? Okay. Well, I would like to move the amendment.
The amendment has been moved. Is there a second?
I will second the amendment.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment before we go back to the main motion? Is there any discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Forney, do you have discussion on the main?
No, sir.
Okay. All those in favor of amending the main resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. The main motion is amended. The Commissioner Forney for the second time.
Thank you. Talking about the use by the Legacy Society, I guess I would like to have a presentation by them, and I would think that it's appropriate for we, the board, to be voting on that permit that comes with their use. So if I can request that when that happens, that they would make a presentation and we would be involved in that process.
Commissioner Forney, our normal process would be we can certainly add a presentation to the agenda. Typically, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board does not vote on every single piece of recreation programming happening in every single rec center. If you would like to, unique. I understand. Right. If you would like to bring that up through the Recreation Committee, you are certainly welcome to do that. But as the stands are, superintendent and the amendments before you give the superintendent the purview to open up the house for public use under terms that the superintendent agrees to. So that said, is there any other discussion on the amendment on the amended resolution 2019-103? Seeing none, I would ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner sorry. Excuse me, it's an old roll call sheet. 1 second here. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to, before we move into unfinished business, I found my notes from earlier. I'm clarifying my appointments to the St. Anthony Falls Heritage Board, and I am reaffirming my appointments of Commissioner Vita, Meyer, and myself for the commissioner positions, and reappointing Rebecca Silas for another term. Moving on to unfinished business, I would entertain a resolution for 2019-108.
You've got a light.
Commissioner Musich.
Yes, I was wondering what the protocol would be if we had someone else that we thought would perhaps want to serve on a committee that we've been appointed to, what the protocol would be to request that we be swapped out for that person.
I would suggest if there is a committee that any commissioner does not want to serve on, that commissioner independently offer their resignation from that committee to the secretary, and then at the next board meeting, I would appoint a replacement to that committee.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Moving on to unfinished business. Resolution 2019-108, I would entertain a motion for a resolution authorizing incoming Superintendent Bangora to negotiate a contract to retain Superintendent Emeritus Merrill as a resource to assist in his transition as Superintendent of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I see Commissioner Musich followed by Forney. Or I'm sorry, followed by Meyer. Commissioner Musich.
Mike's on. Thank you, President Bourne. I was wondering if there's supposed to be a dollar amount associated with this coming before us, or if we anticipate that it will be below the minimum amount required for board review, because there's not a whole lot of information here, so I don't understand why it's on the agenda, I guess. So I'm looking for some clarification there.
I can address that briefly, and then if Superintendent Emeritus Merrill would like to follow up. In conversations that we had with Superintendent Bangora, he is looking for some transition assistance. This is a very similar standalone resolution to what was in previous superintendent contracts to serve as a consultant for the next superintendent. We had a similar resolution, with Superintendent Gerben when he transitioned out of the role to consult with Superintendent Miller. We had a similar agreement on the front end of this with Superintendent Merrill and Miller to consult on their transition. This is a resolution noting that there is a need and a good practice for that, also recognizing that Superintendent Bangora, under his own authority, can enter into a professional service agreement for consultation, but Superintendent Merrill, Superintendent Bangora, and I thought it would be prudent to bring the resolution before the board, just so that the board is aware that Superintendent Bangora and Merrill will be having those conversations. Commissioner Meyer.
So, are you saying that this is a redundant resolution? Like the superintendent would still have the authority to do this even if we voted no today?
I am saying that.
Okay. I guess just for the resolution itself, I would just comment that resolution should have titles and then at least a therefore clause, and this just has like a title. It doesn't have any content in it. So for future reference, I think we should fill out our resolutions just a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I will note that the resolution, I do believe, provides clear direction, clear authorization to Superintendent Bangora. Commissioner or Superintendent Merrill, would you like to comment on the conversations you've had with incoming Superintendent Bangora?
Yes, President Bourne, we really have had this conversation with Superintendent Bangora, and what we're talking about, and he and I will sit down when he arrives to have as much support or as little support as he feels he needs. And so we will have, and we can bring that forward. It will certainly be under his authority to enter into a contractual arrangement, but we really wanted to have an amount that would be up to and not to exceed a certain amount of money. We haven't determined what that is yet. That will be determined after we have been in conversation, but really it depends on what he feels he will need, and as I said, it will be as little or as much as he determines would be important, depending upon the objectives that he's trying to accomplish once he gets here.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrill. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kogel.
So when it is said that as little or as much as Superintendent Bangora deems as necessary, could that exceed $100,000?
Yeah, or it can, but it has to come back to the board.
But it would have to return to the board.
It has to return to the board if it exceeds $100,000.
I see. I suppose I think I have a bit of a concern about authorizing an amount of money that is unknown. I mean,
Exactly.
That's my only thought.
Let me, can I say this? What this does is simply authorizing him to negotiate a contract. The approval can still come back to the board for the final contract.
For whatever it is.
For whatever it is.
Okay.
Yes.
That's helpful. Thanks.
Okay.
The just to clarify, the conversations that I've had with Superintendent Bangora and Superintendent Merrill is a extremely part-time consulting contract being available to answer some questions for a number of weeks to possibly a couple of months. I would imagine that they would negotiate something that would be a prorated amount based on that extremely limited amount of time. Seeing that there's no, I understand Commissioner Kogel's concerns, but I don't see a conceivable way where I would be amazed if it did exceed the superintendent's authority. So what I might recommend is that Superintendent Bangora inform the board of what Superintendent Merrill and Superintendent Bangora have negotiated, and if there is concerns with that at that point, the board members have the right and ability to bring forward anything to the board. But I don't want to, again, I brought this forward in the spirit of transparency for the board, so folks knew that that would be happening. But I also don't think that this board should get into the role of also micromanaging away the authority that the superintendent does have. So I would recommend that the superintendent inform the board, again, in the spirit of transparency, and if there are concerns, that commissioners can bring that forward. Commissioner Meyer.
I appreciate the transparency on it, but I think it would make just as much sense to do a petitions and communications about it. It just doesn't make sense to me to be, taking a vote on something that the authority is already given for it. So I think I'm going to abstain on this vote.
Is there any, Commissioner Musich, for a second time?
Thank you, President Bourne. I would just ask that we be provided with a copy of that contract when it is negotiated, now that, in the interest of transparency, now that we've brought forward the approval of authorization of something that truly is not our authority to do at this point. I would like to see whatever this contract is, if I'm going to take a vote on saying that it should be entered into. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Vice President Hassan.
All right. Well, thank you so much, President Bourne. I'm just kind of confused here. Are we asking anyone that consults Albacore, or just if Mary consults it? Like, I just want to clarify something here. Some of the commissioners that are asking, are we requesting if Mary consults Superintendent Al, or are we asking anyone that consults Al to be brought forward? Because I feel like we're asking only if Merrill consults the next superintendent.
To Vice President Hassan, this resolution does not change the superintendent's authority to enter into agreements with anyone. And again, this was brought forward to make sure that the board is informed that this is happening, because it has in the past been, a consulting agreement has been part of superintendent contracts one way or the other. If the board does not want to vote on this resolution, and in order, and what I'm hearing Commissioner Meyer and possibly Vice President Hassan agreeing to, would be a resolution to table the motion, and then under petitions and communications, I will be informing the board that I have asked Superintendent Bangora and Superintendent Merrill to work together on a consulting agreement.
So, Council Rice, is tabling the right motion to make there? Because would that mean that it comes up later?
If the board chose to take it from the table.
Okay, then I'd like to move to table the resolution.
The resolution to table Resolution 2018-103, or I'm sorry, excuse me, 108 has been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to table? Seeing none, all those in favor in the motion to table the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Moving on to, the motion has been tabled. Moving on to petitions and communications, I will start with Commissioner Vitoff.
I just have a couple things. First, I want to say that we had Officer Grimstead. Did I say that right, Chief? Grimstead. Say that again.
I'm thinking somebody else. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. We had one of our park police rescued a woman from out of the river last week on January 9th. And his name has been put in for a Lifesaver Award. So I just wanted to acknowledge him and thank him for that heroic act and a wonderful job, a job well done. I mean, that's amazing. I don't know if I could have done something like that myself. So it was, thank you for that email and acknowledging the work that he's done. And I've gotten other stories about great things that this particular officer has done, but this one is the one that stands out the most. So thank you so much. And thank you to him in particular. Also, Commissioner Meyer and I, a couple nights ago, attended a community event in Northeast around middle school sports. Well-attended event. We got lots of great feedback from parents around partnerships with public schools and how we can work together through parks. Some of the things we're hearing is how we can coordinate time used in park facilities with other facilities. So I think as commissioners, if that's something we can start to talk about a little bit more, how we coordinate our space along with school space and community space. A lot of angry parents that their children don't have practice space. It's not just some sports. It seemed to be all sports. So I would love to spend some time talking to commissioners who are interested in that topic in particular around how we coordinate space better for youth sports. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something that was brought up by a constituent during open time about the statue at B.F. Nelson. My response to that was just that we should start engagement at the neighborhood association. I was not in any way deferring that decision. It's on park board land and it's a park board decision. So I just wanted to clarify that. I also wanted to celebrate that the Stone Arch Bridge repairs are fully funded in an 80-20 agreement with the federal government, and just wanted to thank Senator Kerry Zietzik and outgoing MnDOT Commissioner Charlie Deli for really prioritizing that and winning those funds for us. By doing that, our other projects won't be competing with the Stone Arch Bridge repairs, so they'll be much more likely to go forward. So I'm extremely grateful to them for doing that.
Thank you. Commissioner Coghill.
Thank you, President Bourne. I don't have much to say, just that it's been unseasonably warm this last month or so, and it's just a reminder that resiliency planning is something that's important. It's something that I want to prioritize this year. I'm excited to hit the ground on that now that it's very clear that we need to do so.
Thank you. Commissioner French.
I guess this is nothing to do with parks or anything, but I just want to recognize the passing of somebody who's kind of Minneapolis. If anybody knows me, I'm a huge wrestling fan. I want to talk about the passing of Mean Gene Oakland, who got his start off here in Minneapolis. He passed away last week. And I just want to send a shout out to Mean Gene Oakland and the folks who grew up listening to him and watching him. He got his start right here in Minneapolis. So.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Pass.
Commissioner Severson.
I had the honor of attending the press conference for the the NCAA this morning. Their legacy project at North Commons, and I was very much impressed. I think I'm most excited about the fact that we have a lot of money coming to town, and to see folks invest into projects in North Minneapolis is very important to me, and I think that's an awesome thing to happen, and I'm just happy that they chose North Commons Park. With that, just so everyone's informed, it sounds like we're going to get a floor upgrade, painting, a new teen center with some real cool toys in it. And I'm just truly excited about that. One thing I wanted to bring up and why I want to have more robust conversation around is the use of the trailhead at Theda Worth Park. I recently found out last month that it's about $4,000 to rent that space. I'm extremely concerned because I have received emails from constituents in North Minneapolis saying, see, I told you that place wasn't built for us. We can't afford to use that space. So I plan on having a meeting in admin, putting this on the agenda for admin and finance about the fee structure for the trailhead at Theda Worth, so we can make sure that folks in North Minneapolis have access to that as well, including on weekends and weekdays. So I'll leave you guys with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. This Friday is Frost Fest at Pearl Park. So for those of you that would like to get out and enjoy the winter, there is a lovely neighborhood gathering that happens annually at Pearl. It's family friendly and tons of fun. I also wanted to bring to my colleagues' attention the Forum on Climate Change that was held at the State House this week. It was streaming online. It's available on the website. It was a fascinating deep dive into the coming impacts to our state with climate change. So if it's a topic that you're feeling weak in or that you're interested in learning more about, that is an excellent resource that I recommend you avail yourselves of. I also heard a lot from my constituents over the past 2 weeks in their disappointment at the lack of gender parity on our committee assignments. Women were disproportionately not assigned to committees, and a lot of my constituents are Democrats, and that's a big part of the Democratic platform, is ensuring that women are adequately represented, and that is not the case with our committees. So I would encourage this board to think about that over the next year and try to do a better job in 2020. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bourne. And I just want to thank, again, Superintendent Mill. It has been a successful year, 2018. I don't think we would be able to accomplish all those things we accomplished without you. And I also want to invite people in around Minneapolis about the celebration for the Martin Luther King, hosted by the Legacy, on Monday, January 21st, 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. It's good. Last year I attended. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. And there's a lot of people to meet, and the mayor will be there. and host the MC will be Chad Jackson, and hope you guys can all come and have a great time with all the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. I will just add under open time that echo Vice President Hassan's request for folks to join us across the park system for MLK Day. My favorite event is at MLK Park. I believe that Superintendent Bangora is starting with us on a holiday to speak at the event. So we're all really excited to welcome him home. I just also wanted to give a shout out to Officer Rolstad. They have similar sounding names. Officer Rolstad was in a accident in line of duty. She's all right. She was the officer that I did a ride along with just a couple of weeks ago and was able to see the incredible work that our park police officers and agents put in every day and the danger that they put their lives in. And then just for a item on petitions and communications, not to be redundant, but I have had conversations with Superintendent Emeritus Merrill and Superintendent Bangora about their desire to work with each other during their transition, and Superintendent Bangora will be probably putting together a professional service agreement with Superintendent Merrill that, as always, every commissioner has access to at any given time. Seeing no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned.
I'd like to call to order the Planning Committee, the Secretary, and the time is 6:22, 3, whatever. Secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Severson.
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Vita. Here. Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay. Against. And abstentions. Okay. Approval of the minutes. I'll take a motion for the Wednesday, July 2nd, 2019 minutes.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, we are going to start out with a public hearing. Before, though, I'm going to mention that I've asked Commissioner Severson to help me with our board rules, which is the amount of time that we all get to speak to our agenda items. Initially, you each have 3 minutes, and then your subsequent is 1 minute. So this is a big agenda item that we're coming on, so I hope that most people have asked a lot of questions of staff prior, but we're going to try and adhere to our rules, and with the understanding that we all can get out a little bit earlier and that our staff also can get home. So with that, I'm going to open up we're going to have a presentation of the North Service Area Master Plan. And Adam Arvinson is going to make the presentation. Adam, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Forney, Commissioners. It's an exciting moment here. It feels like a bit of a culmination. As soon as I get my presentation up, I'll kind of launch into it. But the North Service Area Master Plan has been underway for nearly 2 years. That's how long it takes us to master plan all the neighborhood parks in a particular part of town. This is the third of 5 service area master plans that we are working through in order to create master plans, visions for our entire system. The North Service Area follows the south and the downtown service areas in consideration for approval. And then the east of the river master plan and the southwest are currently underway. East of the river has concluded its public comment period and should be coming before you shortly. It seems I'm having now I got it. It was driver error, not technical problems.
I'm not seeing anything on this side.
So tonight I'm going to give a brief presentation before the public hearing just to kind of put a few things in context and talk about the public comment period that has concluded at the end of last year. I'll give a very brief overview of the North Service Area Master Plan. We're going to talk about the community engagement that took place during the project. And then I'll go over the public comment period that concluded, and then pass it back to Chair Forney for the public hearing. Just so that everyone's on the same page, I just want to make sure that we know, that we understand what a service area master plan is. This is an effort to create a new park plan for all the outdoor facilities in a neighborhood park in a certain part of town. The North Service Area, which we're looking at tonight, is north of 394 and west of the Mississippi. Included in that area are 31 neighborhood parks, and we also looked at 3 regional trail properties because they are sort of inextricably linked to the neighborhood parks. These plans really guide investment and capital investment and operations maintenance for the next 20 to 30 years. So it's really a long-term vision that guides even how some of the regional funds and funds from the 20-year neighborhood park plan will be spent. So this is the North Service Area project scope. It stretches from, as I noted, 394 in the south near Bryn Mawr all the way up to Shingle Creek on the far northern end of town. I want to check if our CAC chair, Jonathan Palmer, has arrived yet. He was going to say a few words about community engagement. Not seeing him, I will introduce him if he does come in, but I'll just note a few things and kind of keep the process moving. More than 18 months of community engagement took place throughout the course of this project, including more than 120 different types of engagement events. There were 10 meetings of the Community Advisory Council, as well as 4 community open houses during the initial concept stage. We actually did a new sort of thing in this process is we established 4 working groups that looked at particular aspects of the plan and dove in a little bit deeper. We had more than 15 working group meetings. We attended park events, farmers markets. We were kind of everywhere. And then in addition, another innovation as part of this project is we contracted with 11 community connectors, which were Northside individuals, organizations, a church even, to do engagement on our behalf. And it was actually the Community Advisory Committee that selected those community connectors. So community selected, community driven. We held an open studio during Design Week. So Design Week was the time when we all got together with a bunch of designers and sort of figured out the initial concepts. We had an open studio so that people could come in and see us at work. And then throughout this, there was deliberate outreach and engagement to people of color, especially those that are using the park, but also in other areas. One of our community connectors even did engagement in hair salons and nail salons on the north side. So this was the process diagram. I presented this before. Basically, we had several different phases and worked through this in an iterative method so that people could have their voices heard kind of along the way. And essentially where we are is here with the public comment, public hearing, and approval time period. So I want to say a few words about the public comment process. And again, I'm referring here to the public comment on the document that was officially opened by the board and took place in the latter half of last year. Deputy Superintendent Ringgold talked a little bit about this because it was a similar process as was used for tabulating the police listening sessions. But essentially in our process, nearly 200 individuals commented in some way through a variety of means. And then the way that we do this is that we actually read every commenter's response, and then we separate those various comments and put them into a spreadsheet. One person and their response doesn't constitute a comment. There may be many comments in one person's response. Then we group those into themes, and then it's really the themes that we respond to so that we can make sure that everything is addressed. And the way that this sort of works is that we look at a response, and then we essentially take apart their comments. Somebody might say, I'm in favor of this, I oppose this, and I think you should do this. Well, those are really 3 comments. And so for each of those, we assign it a theme, and we give that theme a name. And then when the second commenter response comes along, we take that one apart also. And it may have comments that fall into some of the themes that we've already established. But it also may create an entirely new theme. So this is how we do this. And then when the themes are established, that's where we consider its impact on the plan and then craft a response. So there are several levels of impact. And by impact, I mean impact on the draft plan that we're looking at, not impact on the parks themselves. These are comments that might change the draft plan. So the low-impact themes are ones that we just can do. Somebody catches a misspelling or suggests an idea that we just sort of missed that's easy to incorporate in. The moderate impact themes would require a change to a CAC recommendation. So we don't take those lightly. We consider them very, very carefully. The high impact themes would fundamentally change the plan. I think an example that I gave today to someone is if there was a suggestion to drain Ryan Lake and put ball fields there, that would fundamentally change the idea of that plan, and we'd really need to ask some more questions about that. No impact themes either support the plan or are out of the scope of the plan. A comment perhaps on Minneapolis 2040 would be out of the scope of this plan. The moderate impact amendments the moderate impact themes are the ones that we've provided potential amendments to the board to address. So staff may have made a recommendation to keep the plan as is or to make a change in the plan, but in any case, we provide you an amendment so that you can make that change should you see fit. A couple of statistics really quickly. There were 293 individual comments, which fell into 159 total themes. 84 of those were no impact themes, and 12 of them led to plan modifications of various kinds. Interestingly, I want to acknowledge that none of this public comment is a vote on anything. We acknowledge every comment that's made, and we do respond to it. 94 of the themes that we established in this case were single comment themes. So if someone was the only one who said something about something, it is still in the matrix and still considered for plan changes. Also important to note that 41% of the themes were supportive of some aspect of this plan. So I want to talk about three things that were considerations within the comment period that sort of rose to the top in terms of discussion, and also pieces that I want to note that might be differences between the draft plan that you saw before and were presented on, and then the final plan that's before you for consideration today. And those three things are the concepts for Bryn Mawr Meadows, the tennis court and skate park discussion at North Commons, and the North Commons Winter Dome. So I'll begin with Bryn Mawr Meadows Park. The CAC recommended that the preferred concept be put forward, but also asked that there be an alternative concept included in the public comment draft, mainly to look at different options for access and parking. So during the public comment, we examined this a little bit more, and we discovered several critical flaws with the alternate concept. And so the preferred concept is the one that is shown in the plan you have before you, with a minor modification for the location of winter ice. This is the alternate plan that was proposed alongside the preferred in the draft document. In this location, a potential access point onto Cedar Lake Road was impractical because of the space there and the site distance between that roadway and Morgan Avenue, which is directly right next to it. In addition, this concept would have put the parking in the wettest area of the site within the 100-year floodplain, which would have required extensive fill, so we didn't feel like we could put it there either. So the preferred concept is what is included in the master plan for your consideration. Based on community suggestions in the comment period, we have moved the winter ice off of the central community lawn and into the outfields of a couple of ball diamonds. It can then share lighting and also this high-quality kind of lawn picnic space, which is really important to the neighboring community, isn't as impacted by ice. The North Commons tennis and skate park conversation. The CAC recommended design did include a large skate park within the park and then 2 tennis courts placed on North High School property. During the public comment period and in subsequent conversations, there were concerns about moving the tennis to the property owned by others. And also, there was little enthusiasm generally for skating at North Commons throughout our entire process. I don't mean just during the comment period, but throughout the entire process. So based on those discussions and that thinking and looking at the service area as a whole in terms of skating, staff is recommending a change in the design. And so the design that is before you has changed from the draft. We're proposing that the 2 tennis courts be returned to their existing locations in the park and that there be a smaller skate spot adjacent to the tennis. I'll show this on the drawing. This was the draft concept, and you'll note the tennis courts on the high school property and the larger skate park. The concept that is included in front of you today for consideration shows 2 tennis courts and a smaller skate park or skate spot adjacent to that. Part of the reason to consider this also, when we were considering this, we looked at the skate park activity plan, which is adopted policy by this board. The goal number 1 in the skate park activity plan is to increase the number, variety, and distribution of skate parks in Minneapolis. And it calls citywide for 1 community skate park, 11 neighborhood scale skate parks, and 6 skate spots. If you break that into the North Service Area's sort of responsibility to those goals, it would need to accommodate about a quarter of those, which would lead, rounding up, to 3 neighborhood scale skate parks and 2 skate spots. The proposed change to North Commons would still include 3 neighborhood facilities and 3 skate spots. And those are located in these locations. The neighborhood facilities are the larger circles proposed at Harrison, Falwell, and an enhancement to the Shingle Creek Skate Park, and then 3 smaller skate spots at Cleveland and Willard, and also North Commons as proposed. As I mentioned, with any of the moderate impact themes, we've provided amendments should the board choose to change the plan. And I just want to highlight a couple here. There is a 3-page, it's your final attachment in the board packet that lists all the different amendments that are reflective of the moderate impact themes that people were bringing forward. I just want to highlight here that there's 2 options should the board decide to go a different direction than the staff recommendation. Amendment 21D would put everything back as in the draft plan, which would mean a larger skate park and tennis, hopefully collaboratively on North Highland. Amendment 21E, inversely, and this was suggested by a community member, would increase to 4 tennis courts and eliminate the skate park entirely. So again, these are just 2 that relate to this particular discussion that I wanted to highlight for you. The last area to highlight that I want to talk about is the North Commons Winter Dome. And I think everybody in this room can understand that this has been the one around which there's been the most conversation throughout the entire process. So the CAC recommended design does include the Winter Activity Dome. This was the single most commented on item in the draft document, as we might have expected, and there was both support and opposition to the idea. The final document does include the dome. Staff recommends its inclusion for 3 reasons, and this is also expounded upon in the background to my board action. Number 1, during the initial direct community engagement, which did hundreds of events in and around the North Side parks and dozens in and around North Commons, engagement with park users at that time and area residents that were attending events showed several desires that a dome would fulfill. A desire for more year-round sports programming, event spaces, larger indoor spaces for those kinds of gatherings. Also then, subsequently, more extensive, detailed conversations, particularly in the context of the North Commons work group, throughout the process, they never, I felt, exposed compelling reasons against the dome, beyond aesthetic concerns and beyond concerns about the North Side's ability to access that facility if it were built. On the latter point, we have included a set of guiding principles for future implementation in the document, which would be adopted as policy direction should you adopt the plan. And then lastly, we feel that in terms of recreation trends, a facility like this is important in our system. They are being built elsewhere, and a facility like this will allow us to keep Minneapolis kids recreating year-round in Minneapolis near where they live. However, of course, as I stated before, there are amendments that you can consider should you like to go a different direction than what is presented before you tonight. Amendment 21A would remove the dome, but keep the premier athletic fields underneath. Amendment 21C would remove the dome and the premier fields and keep the athletic fields in their existing arrangement as they are today, which is a multi-use field with a pair of multi-use diamonds. But we would, of course, improve those over time. And while we're here, I just want to pause and make a note on the amendments. Those amendments are meant to be tools for you, the board, to adjust the plan as you see fit. The amendment chart shows essentially what we would do to the document should you amend it and then approve it. Before it went public and final, we would change the document in those ways. So should you like to move one of these amendments forward, you simply need to move amendment XYZ, and if that passes, then we would incorporate that into the final plan. That said, I will close my remarks and turn back to Commissioner Forney. I forgot I should introduce a couple of people. The CAC chair, Jonathan Palmer, is here. Jonathan, I'm sorry I raced past your piece of it. And then I also want to maybe give a thank you to the CAC in general. There was 19 individuals, including Jonathan, that attended a ton of meetings in the evenings. And then we had a really good team internally. I want to specifically recognize Thelger Williams, who I did see here today, Dan Elias, Colleen Odell, and Saeed Ali, who were our design team internally. And then I believe we might have one of the consultant team here tonight, two of them. Emily Nguyen-Schwander will raise her hand, and Terry Minerick with Confluence were exceptional in bringing this all to fruition and organizing the design week for us. With that, I will close my remarks, Commissioner Forney, and turn it back to you.
Chair Palmer, would you like to make any comments about the plan before we go open up the hearing?
Good evening. I'll just be brief and just say that I think we had a very good process. I really want to thank Adam and his team. I think they worked hard throughout this process and did a great job of keeping us on track and keeping us engaged. Not everybody's going to agree on all the elements. That's part of the public process. That's a good thing. But I think that it was a very open process and very much engaging. So, thank you.
And thank you for your service. Okay, I am going to open up the public hearing. I have 21 people who have signed up. With that, then, I am going to ask that we have 2 minutes for each speaker. If the secretary, can you do the little timer? I appreciate it. So up here is going to be the timer. There's little lights that are up there that will tell you when you're about to run out, what time. So with 21 people, what I'm going to do is read a few people ahead of time so that you can kind of get queued up. So first of all, we have Patty West, and then we're going to have Michael Bowe, and then Richard Adair. So Patty, are you here? Okay. And if the next two could be kind of queuing up, that would be marvelous. Oh, yes, thank you. State your name, please, and your address for the record.
Lower this better?
Yes, wonderful.
My name is Patty West, and I live at 4922 Russell Avenue North in the Shingle Creek neighborhood. I am relatively new to the north side. I have lived there for maybe 12 years. I moved there from South Minneapolis, where I lived at 43rd and Pillsbury for 30 years. So one of the things I noticed right away was, you're kidding me. These are the parks, because we don't operate like that over south. There's nothing going on. The park facilities are in horrible shape. And so I started to become involved with my partner, and we've worked with Adam on this planning for Shingle Creek, and I have only good things to say about that. I don't know what's going to happen. The changes that are there are for in the 2023 or 2021, and I think it's a shame that we have to wait this long, because we're block leaders, we're involved, I'm on the board, we're trying to get things, and we have this horrible park that doesn't let us work for communities because it's so outdated. It has no handicapped restrooms, we can't use the kitchen, that we have no internet. It just goes on and on and on, and it's kind of shameful. It's like, what happened to the north side? Did people forget that we were there? And I also want to speak for seniors. I'm now a senior citizen, and I'm very involved with my friends in pickleball. And if we want to play pickleball, we go to Richfield or Edina, because Minneapolis, evidently we don't have old people, because we would like to remain being active and involved. We have set up pickleball fields for Shingle Creek in whenever, another 5 years, and it might be too late for me.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you. So next is Michael Bowe, then Richard Adair, and then Amy Lucebrink. Sorry.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you guys. So my name is Michael Bowe. I live at 1700 James Avenue. So I am on the east side of North Commons Park. So, so I guess I guess I'll begin by saying that I think there's a tremendous amount of work and there's a tremendous amount of good ideas across all the sites that are in this plan, including for our North Commons Park. I think that the redone water park is going to be fabulous. It's going to be great to finally see them all working again. That'll be awesome. There's a great opportunity for the fitness center, the community center that they want to build. So there's a lot of good stuff in there, but I'm here for the dome. And the dome is something that's causing me some consternation and a lot of my neighbors some consternation. So I think what I wanted, the message that I want to deliver is that I think that the dome is right in spirit but wrong in location. So what I would say is that I think that absolutely the kids need somewhere to go. In the last 18 hours in my neighborhood, there have been 2 shootings. We need more activities so the kids can be doing things that are productive instead of other things. And I actually, just because of this involvement, I've actually been reviewing some of the other plans, and I noticed that in Northeast they're also proposing a dome to hit the Excel Energy Park, and I honestly think that's a much better fit in terms of size and scale. It's a mid-industrial area. It's a great spot. There's going to be a lot of parking, a lot of access for people to be able to access that dome. If you compare that to where they want to put the dome in North Commons, it's a really hemmed-in little park. It's a 3x3 block park. It doesn't have a lot of space. So again, I would really hope that people think about the scale of the community that they're trying to put this in. The most houses in that area are 1 to 3 stories, and based on the research that I did, because we didn't have any numbers from the CAC or from Adam, we learned that the dome could be 4 to 6 stories. So if you think about the Davis Center on West Broadway, that's a 4 and a 6-story building. So if you imagine something like that going up next to your house, you would be concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So next was Richard, then Amy, and then Derek Winston.
Thank you for allowing this opportunity to speak. I'm Richard Adair. I live at 200 Upton Avenue South in Bryn Mawr, which some people don't know has homes both in North and South Minneapolis, so we're a divider. And I'd like the other people like to thank Adam for a really tremendous job of listening and incorporating community input even when we changed our minds. And I could see people getting frustrated, but they stuck with it, and I think it's really been a great process. I want to talk about money. I understand that there's never enough money, but I'd like to point out that acquiring land for the Loose Line Trail improvement is crucial, and it's time sensitive. If the Park Board doesn't preserve this beautiful area, developers will grab it, and it will be lost to the public domain forever. Imagine converting an abandoned railroad spur into paths along a particularly wild part of Bassett's Creek, where turtles, eagles, beaver, and mink live, where kids can fish, people can walk, bike commuters can ride entirely off-road all the way from Worth Golf Course to Van Wyck Boulevard, 2 light rail stations, and the Cedar Lake Trail. Last spring, a group of 5 of us neighbors who actually were part of the original 1990s Citizens Advisory Committee, working with a young new employee of the Park Board named Ringgold. We gave tours of this area for Kale and Jono, and we'd be happy to do it again if anyone would like to do it. It's time for the north side to have something equivalent to Minnehaha Creek in North Minneapolis. Please put this as high as possible on your priority list.
Thank you, Richard. Amy? And then after Derek will be Henry. Excuse me. Rotz, I think.
Just brought my sign, my visual aid. Shingle Creek Neighborhood Association welcomes you. All are welcome. This is our sign that we'd love to be putting up at every event that we have at our big move, Creekview Shingle Creek. When it gets adopted, please adopt it as soon as possible so that we can get ready for this big move, so that we're similar to Silverwood Park and Lake Harriet in an area that's 30,000 people. We need this space. That's what I want you to know. Creekview is less than a single-car garage for folks to basically congregate, and with an outdated one multi-purpose room and a cluttered and storage space in other rooms. It's not unfamiliar to other parks, but what I'm saying to you is that we need this space. There's only 3 places that the folks in our area can congregate after 6 p.m. With groups of more than 6 people. If it's a Tuesday, you can go to Carl Croning until 4 p.m. If it's a Thursday, you can go to the library until 9 p.m. So Creekview is very important to the folks that have been a part of this visioning process. And I want to compliment Adam. You should spend as much possible of your budget to keep him on staff. He's a wonderful asset for community engagement. I've never been a part of a process that has been so transparent, so engaging, so empowering. It was wonderful. Our group grew from about a handful to about 40 folks that love CPAC Techraw. Ever heard of it? You will. Shingle Creek actually sent a letter saying we need a CPAC Techraw court in our area at Creekview because there's tons of people playing this international sport and we need a space for it. So we'd love to swim, bike, play sports as soon as possible. Please adopt this plan. Commissioner Severson, thank you. Chair Forney, thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. So Derek and Henry, and after that is Paul Forsline. Is Derek in? Derek? Winston. Okay, I'm going to move then to Henry and come back to Derek.
Hi, my name is Henry Maratz. I live I live at 4329 Vincent Avenue North. I'm in 6th grade, and I started skateboarding when I was in 3rd grade. And one of the things I would like to talk about, and one of the things I like about skateboarding is that people of all ages can skate, and all you need is a skateboard, a helmet, and a safe place to skate. One of the best things about skateboarding is that no matter when or where I skate, I always meet a new friend or have one there. Like a lot of sports, skateboarding is a great way to exercise and build community. It doesn't even matter if you're very good or just starting out. Skateboarding is accessible to a lot of people. I've been skating in a lot of places, and some of them can be pretty expensive, costing up to $15 for a few hours of skating. That's why public skateboard parks are the best, because anyone can use them for free. As a kid growing up on the north side, I find that our parks have fewer programs and there aren't as many sports to sign up for compared to other parts of the city. This is hard when you end up having to go all the way across the city or to the suburbs, which is also hard when both of your parents work. That's why I'm excited for the 6 new skate parks on the north side. I've also heard that you propose making the North Commons skate park smaller, and I think you should keep it full size. I want to thank you for investing in kids like me, and while I'm thanking you, I want to tell you how important it is that you fully fund this project so that it can be completed. It means a lot to me and other kids in my community that there is a safe and accessible place to skate near home. Once again, I want to thank you for investing in the North Side and skateboarding.
Thank you, Henry. Whoa. That was awesome. Paul, I don't know if you can beat that one. And after Paul is going to be Alexis Penny.
Not sure how I follow that.
Right.
Thank you, Henry. Co-Chair Forney, everybody, I'm Paul Forsley, and I'm with the City of Skate, acting president with that organization. First off, the North Area Service Plan, I want to thank the CAC, the staff. I've been witnessed a lot of these area master plans, and it's amazing the amount of work that goes into these, and your staff is really top-notch. And these are hard decisions that the CAC makes. It really is. It's an enormous task. We're really excited about the 6 new skate parks designated in the North Area Plan. Just to bring you up to date, these are numbers 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 approved skate parks within your system. We'll have to update the skate park activity plan because you're really shooting for around 23. So that's the good news. Other thing that's really exciting is the fact that 4 of these skate parks are near Minneapolis public schools. So the programming opportunities there are huge. That's a huge bonus moving forward. as far as initiating programming, we'd like to get that started as soon as possible. Going back to the skate park activity plan, Central Skate Park's ready to go. And folks, we're almost there. We'll have 16 parks here ready to go. As City of Skate, we'd like to get started with this. So we have some funding gaps. We'd like to see if you can get those started so we can get Central completed, and it'd be great if 2020 we could get a park in North Minneapolis started so people like Henry will have a park to recreate. North Commons, we would have loved to have been part of the discussion of that change. We were not at City of Skate. We're the nonprofit partner of you folks in implementing the skate park activity plan. And at this point, we couldn't think of a better location for a skate park than right across from North High School. Skate parks are going to serve kids from age 5 to 24, literally outside their steps. Another document that wasn't shown by Adam was that the intent of the court plan was to put the tennis courts in groupings where they're large tennis courts, so 4 or more. 2 does not really serve North High. So it'd be great to come to a compromise there where you could get the 4 tennis courts and we could also get a skate park that's full size.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks.
Alexis Pennant, and then after that is Natalie Lutz, and after Natalie is Meg Allen.
Good evening, Alexis Penny, 2430 Logan Avenue North. It's great to be here with all of you. Just wanted to say thank you so much, President, to everybody here, particularly for the CAC and then the staff people that were involved in all the North Surface Area master planning. What did I want to say? Everybody was really gracious in working with the community to make sure that the proposed Northside Greenway Trail was included in the plan. So I'm really thankful for that. For people that are familiar with the project, it's a 3.5-mile multi-use trail that connects our regional trail system from Bassett Creek Trail and Cedar Lake Trail all the way up to Shingle Creek Trail, excuse me. And so I also wanted just to say they completed a pilot a couple years back. It was about a 5-block demonstration that showed that you could do a full linear greenway, a half-and-half model, as well as a bike boulevard. And during that time, the folks that were living on the full linear greenway had came out and reported back saying that they were really interested in that model. It provided better social interactions as well as less disruptive like noises from vehicles and a safe area for kids to play. So now I think that we have a lot of support for the Northside Greenway. Obviously, we're seeing this move forward in the plan, but I want to make sure that this project moves forward with an equitable lens and that we're making sure that it benefits people that are living in the area currently, and we're not displacing anybody through gentrification. And I want to say that I support a larger skateboard park over at North Commons, potentially even a dome, and I wanted to say thank you everyone for your consideration and your time.
Thank you, Alexis. I'm going to ask again if Derek Wilson is here. Okay, we'll keep working on him. Natalie, and then after that, Meg Allen, and then James Call.
Hi, everybody. It feels a little uncomfortable, like facing the board. I'd like to face everybody, but especially Chair Forney. My name is Natalie Lutz, and I had 2 grandparents who grew up and got married in North Minneapolis, and I've come back as a young adult to move into North Minneapolis myself. I struggled a lot in the suburbs. As a young kid, I got into a lot of trouble. Moving to the north side, I've seen a lot of difficult things go down. SWAT teams, flash grenades, drug deals. I've been arrested at gunpoint by a police officer in North Minneapolis. And one hobby that I have found is skateboarding. It's really, it's just a really great way for me as a 26-year-old to engage in a community where I don't necessarily feel very safe. A, there's a lot of gunshots. B, there's a lot of just fear. Being a young woman, it scares me. But skateboarding is something that empowers me to walk out my front door with my skateboard and go out into the community and meet people like James or Henry or the young man who I was sitting next to. I actually got started as a skateboarder in San Diego because I didn't feel very supported here in Minnesota as like a female skateboarder. I think people in Minnesota can still be a little bit afraid of change. And I just want this committee and this community to understand that people's problems are real. And so when you hear things like, we want a bigger skate park, like 21D, we should vote for 21D and give us a bigger skate park, and we should get like a winter dome, and we should care about Shingle Creek, and we should not view Northside as like a cesspool. You know, it's where a lot of intelligent, beautiful people are who like to share and who like to express their passion in ways that are oftentimes prejudiced against in mass consciousness. So I think that we should all stand up for what we know to be what people around here want to hear and want to see, and just vote for 21 Amendment D in the Winter Dome, and give the Northside High Schoolers their 4 tennis courts, and then give us our larger skate park, and go juxtaposition who's using the Super Bowl money of $50,000 to build a skate park. So
thank you,
yeah, you're welcome,
Natalie. Meg Allen, and then James Hall.
Okay. My name is Meg Allen, and this is my service dog in training, Rainey. I'm here tonight because Miss Emily, who is one of the bigwigs, you know, that they're designing it or whatever. So, and she said she was glad to see me tonight. So, and she told me that what I got to present is very possible. So, before I do that, I want to say thank you to the Minneapolis Park and Rec because of keeping the trails clear. I ride with my wheelchair every day, and I get to go on the Shingle Creek trails and all the way down to the river and around the river, and they keep them really clean, so I appreciate that. The thing I want to talk about is it's a property ID. That's all we got. The property ID is 12118213300998, and it's 0.64 acres, and it's right behind 4550 Humboldt Avenue North. And that's Kingsley Commons, and we all that live there are disabled, either paralyzed like me or have MS. And that area we'd like to see, I did a little drawing, but I'd like to see it just goes wild. And a lot of homeless people keep in there. I talk to the homeless people, but I really don't want them living back there. And I want to make it into a garden and a walk path and a beautiful place for the bees and the handicap back there. And I want to say thank you to Amy and Shingle Creek.
Thank you so much, Meg. And Meg, if you have a drawing or something, if you would like to give that to Dawn, she can then share it with us.
Yes, Miss Emily she took good notes on it too.
Thank you. And then next is James, and then I've got Makita Zulu Gillespie. I'm not sure if I said your name right, but.
Hello, everybody. James Collier. I just moved into the neighborhood, the North Minneapolis neighborhood, the Jordan neighborhood up on 26 and Oliver. And, I've been skateboarding my entire life, and I've been teaching skateboarding for over 15 years at a local skate park. And throughout all this, we get guys like Henry that come out of this every single day. I just got to give this guy another little bit of acknowledgement because it moved me, And seeing how there's, this is on the line to shrink down a skate park, it makes it really hard for me to just sort of comprehend how we can do this to the community out here. This skateboarding, first of all, to teach skateboarding, wide open space is necessary to keep it safe, Plus, just moving into the neighborhood, I've taught a kid down the block that lives on my same block how to skateboard before. It's insane how it's popping up with talking with his family and everything. There's skaters that come through the neighborhood, broken boards, all sorts of stuff, but they keep riding. And I think it's just one of the most positive things that a young person can do out there. It's for everybody. People that have disabilities or anything come out and skateboard, and it's just a game changer for some of these kids out here. It teaches fearlessness, and in the community or the age we live in, I think that is one of the most challenging things to break down out there in the world, is just kids being fearful. And when they take on skateboarding out there, it changes who they are. And I just want you guys to really consider moving forward with the larger skate park in the North Commons. I know it's going to do great, and I got your back, providing access to skateboards throughout all that. And it's my honor to be out here. And thank you for letting me speak about something I'm very passionate about. So,
Thank you, James.
yeah.
So, Akila, and then Larry Boutrer. Anyway, and then Jean Torma, I believe is how I would say it.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having me today. My name is Makeda Zulu Gillespie, and I live at 2307 Irving in North Minneapolis. I grew up at 1112 Newton. I raised my children over here, and so they had a wonderful time at both North Commons Park and Farview Park. But what I'm here to talk about today is you had included Lincoln Elementary School as part of the Park Board plan, and we just want to make sure that you continue to do that. The neighbors who live around there want to make sure that you continue to keep us part of this plan, and that is all I have to say. I have some documents that show that you had included us in your plan in the past, and want to make sure that we hold your feet to the fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Akila. Okay, then I got Larry, and then Jean, and then after that is Carrie Kamkra.
Hello, my name is Larry Bontrager. Lived at the corner of 52nd and Penn since 1978, and I have watched the community change, and by and large, I like the changes. The Shingle Creek Parkway, the creek itself, is my front yard, and it's just a fabulous place for me to live. Congratulations to everybody that's been involved in this process. I've been very impressed with how well everything has went. And as you guys go ahead and continue this process, I'd encourage you to keep those people involved. The things that I wanted to mention about it is the plan includes completing the trails around Shingle Creek. I think that that's very important. And it includes cleaning up the Shingle Creek itself. If you look on some of the maps, it's labeled as drainage ditch number 13. And sometimes it looks like that. So I think that a little bit of work done to help make that a little bit nicer, look a little more like it's natural, will go a long ways. Also, there's some art that's included in the plan for some bridges and stuff like that. I think that's also a great idea. And then there's a Tipak Kakpra, and I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. I don't know what it was. All I knew is I rode my bike down the trail, and there were these kids out there, and they were playing some kind of game with a hacky sack. I had no idea that it was actually a real thing, you know? And so some of those people got a hold of us and wanted to be involved in our process of working with the park board to get things changed and added. And quite frankly, it's the first time that the Asian community has really been involved with our group. And I'm really glad that happened, because I'm hoping that we're going to be able to continue that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. So next is Jean, then after that is Carrie, and then Georgiana Yantos.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jean Torma. I live at 1730 Irving Avenue North, so I'm a block east of North Commons Park. I'm a block leader for the North Commons East Block Club, and so I'm here not only speaking for myself, but for the majority of my block club members, as well as almost 200 people who signed a petition that my neighbor David Opp originated, and he and I brought it around the neighborhood. He also spoke to a lot of people who were park users over the summer. David's in Hawaii right now, so he can't be here. Although it's been stated otherwise in various forums, the majority of us are in favor of the plan for North Commons. We're absolutely thrilled that there are going to be amenities, that the water park is going to be bigger, there's going to be a skateboard, there's going to be a lot of other activities and increases there. I'm in the park every single day, and it's a beautiful place, and I'm so happy to be living there, as are most of the people who live there. The other thing that I want to say is that we are not anti-youth, nor are we anti-progress. And both in the Spokesman article and in the article in the North News, we were characterized as such, and that is not true. One of the biggest concerns that a number of us had is with the community engagement. I believe that there has been a great deal of it. It sounds like there's been community engagement with hundreds and hundreds of people. Unfortunately, not the people who live around the park and will be directly impacted by the dome. The thing that everyone that I am speaking for is opposed to is the dome. Many of us in the neighborhood, even though there had been meetings for 17 months plus, only really got involved during the summer. The other issue is the scale of the proposed dome, the character of this neighborhood, and the aesthetics of the neighborhood just don't seem to fit with a dome. One other thing is that with the current and future focus on density and more density, we should preserve the green space that we have.
Thank you, Jean. Next is Carrie, Georgiana, and then I believe it's Elizabeth Brackett.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kari Krampka, and I live 1718 James Avenue North, right by North Commons Park. I first just wanted to say that the major concern that I have and many of my neighbors, and I live right next door to David Opp, who can't be here tonight, is the scale of the entire project, but especially of the dome. And as our neighbor Mike brought up, just how tall it's going to be compared to our homes that are like 3 stories. I also have a lot of concern about parking issues, and if it's going to be that big of a facility, that there will probably be people coming in from around the north area, but maybe even just the metro area, using it for tournaments and things, and there isn't really enough space for adequate parking. I feel like it's going to fill our street. The other thing is that I really, really don't want us to lose sight of sustainability. In fact, I just heard about that awesome refrigerated ice rink out in Roseville that I had 20 years ago or something. I'm like, wow, that's so awesome, awesome, awesome. I wish we could have that. Well, now I'm hearing they've never had enough money to keep it going. Now it's like falling apart underneath. So I just want to really, really encourage decision makers to be looking at sustainability. How are we going to continue to operate and maintain these facilities, and include that as part of this vision? And the other thing is, I don't want to lose priority, or the priority of improving our current facilities. So thankful for the Final Four money that's going into our current building and expanding it, improving it and everything. But why don't we just keep improving on that? So those are my thoughts. And I thank you also, I just want to say on the side, for keeping trails clear. I'm a big walker, and I love it.
Thank you, Carrie. Georgiana? And then Elizabeth, and then Jim Hingle-Lee.
Good evening, Georgiana Yantis, 423 North 25th, here in Hawthorne. I've been coming to this particular building for many years, and I did vote for many of you sitting up at the table there. I am told that the issue with Whitewood Park is that it is an ADA accessible issue. However, the buildings, the toilets are not ADA. And it is accessible because we have taken a golf cart and brought President Jimmy Carter up the hill. We're concerned about the environment and health for our community, the peacefulness, the mental health, the quietness up on the top of the hill. Adding asphalt and concrete to a beautiful hill that is currently being used for sledding by the youth, a hill that would not be plowed during the winter. We've had many community meetings. In fact, we've had meetings with Commissioner Forney, Severson, and French. And we had suggestions for lighting and concerns about safety that have not been addressed. So I wish you would seriously consider what the plan is for Parkview Park in relationship to the beautiful hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgiana. Elizabeth, Jim, and then after that is David Luce.
Thank you, Elizabeth Brackett at 1221 Russell Avenue North. I am speaking up for the Lincoln Playground reimagining. In 2016, we had different pop-up events in the playground. I know that the Park Board does not own that. It's owned by the school. But I think in Minneapolis, we're able to have different entities cooperate and work together, unlike Washington, D.C. But the group has been meeting over a period of time, and we would like to see a safe, well-lit green garden, attracting all ages and cultures to a variety of activities, and supported by a multi-purpose building with opportunities to learn and celebrate history, enhanced by the arts, water features, and environmental awareness. And that's our dream for that area, which we hope would be developed in conjunction with parks, the city, and the schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Then Jim is next. After that, David Luce and Carrie Jo Felder. Is Jim around? Is Jim arising? Yep. Okay.
Legs don't work like these. Hi, Jim Hingley, 1800 James Avenue North. Last Sunday, I was reading the paper, and they were talking about the Department of Natural Resources and the problems they're having with the state. Less fishing, less hunting, loss of license. And suddenly I thought about, what about our changes at the park? And seeing that we live across the street from the park, I watch a football game and I see ball players getting hurt all the time, and I wonder if we'll be playing football in 15 years. And basketball, more and more teams are going select. And kids are playing with a certain group and not as much with their high schools. So, as we provide basketball, who are we providing it for? Is it going to be there in 15, 16 years? North High is one of our pivotal schools in the city, but they're being challenged by population. So one of the things that the question is in 15 years, is North going to be there? So the challenges that you're all facing having to do with the future of North Commons Park. And when I look at $21 million, where can you get the biggest bang for it? One area I've noticed strongly is that a lot of recommendations, but it's like 70% guys, 30% girls. As you work on this program, remember the young ladies and provide programs for the young ladies too, and not just sports for the guys. The one part that I eventually worked my way through is the dome. And the question is it needed? And if I look at that, $2 million for to fix up the field and $6 million for the building, that's $8 million. Are we getting our bang for it? Are we building something that could be hard to sustain? Could it be a drain on the park board? So what I'd like to see is, some of that money go towards programs for these youth that we work with every day and we see at the park, and programs for those kids as for support. The one thing I don't believe in is if you build it, they'll come. All that cement doesn't help. What helps is a mentor and programs like that. And I don't see the dome, I see it as a negative in the city as far as the height and some of the confusion it can bring about, particularly if you lived on Morgan and you have a 20-foot wall in front of your house. Again, I am a great believer that the best thing for the community is the future, and I'm great the park is across from us. We've lived across the street from the park since 1971, and we're proud to be there. But the challenge that you all have is immense, and I congratulate you for adjusting and working with it. But please reconsider, and that amendment 21A, support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. David Luce and Carrie Jo, and then Mike Tate.
Good evening. I'm David Luce, 426 29th Avenue North, the north end of Farview Park. Park boards historically have had issues with deferred maintenance and deteriorating properties. As you continue to add infrastructure at the same time as our climate is changing and it's going to be more challenging to the infrastructure as well as the living green of the parks. I think it's very important to keep in mind how you're going to deal with that situation. It's going to be a major challenge, I think, for park boards and cities down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Carrie Jo, and then after that, Mike. And that then is the last, except for we do have that one person who was at Derek. If Derek is reemerged.
Hi, thank you for having me. Carrie Jo Felder, 4300 Russell Avenue North, Minneapolis School Board, District 2, North Minneapolis. And we are going to have North High School in 15 years. I'm really working on that part. One of the things that I also worked on was the field, which was also a part of the plan at one point in time, right? And I said, wait a minute, let it go, I got it. The North High Field is going to get a $6.29 million renovation. Right, so I want to say, hold on, wait, I got it on those tennis courts at North Commons, because I'm going to get more students. I think tennis is very important. It is a co-ed sport as well, and so I actually need 4 tennis courts for that, but also a skating park. I think we should have everything. I grew up in Powderhorn Park, so I'm used to excellence, right? So when I move over north and I don't see it, we need all of it. And so I think that it's not an and or, I think it's a both and. And speaking of both and, there are some particular spots that I think that have a lot of children that we're missing, like Victory Park. So that tennis court, they're like, oh, we don't use it anymore, maybe we should get rid of it. You know what? I could plant a field on that court when they came and took the grass off of it. And I play tennis. I was with the WNBA, 3.5 was my standing, which means I'm right above the bottom, just one above the bottom. But I still played. But so I understand, but you can hurt yourself detrimentally, and then your sports are over with all of those cracks and all that stuff coming through. So nobody really played on the park, but they did, though. They played through the cracks, and they shouldn't have to do that over north. And so I just want to point that out, that field or that tennis court is used, and it really needs to be updated. But that would also be a key part for another skate park, and also for Jordan Park. The Boys and Girls Club, it seems like they have 1,000 kids, but they say they only have like 300 to 400. You know, looking at where our children are and building there would be great. But I just want to point out excellence. I grew up over south. I worked at Audubon Park over northeast, so I look at the Rosacker Pool, and I look at what we have over here. Whoa, not Rosacker, what is it now, Lupient? Right, I look at what we have over here, and we just have to work on excellence on the north side. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie Jo. And Mike Tate.
Hello, everyone. Mike Tate, 4326 Logan Avenue North, University of North Commons, 40 years. I want to say to you, thanks, Adam, and your staff, and everybody that worked on the CACs to present these North area changes. I want to speak about North Commons in particular. It's home for me. It's home for a lot of Northsiders. If you can envision, and again, I would talk to the committees, envision North Commons changing a city in North Minneapolis. I don't know if many of you know that there's not even a hotel ever been in North Minneapolis. So if we build a complex that will draw folks in to revitalize our neighborhood, give it a safe place to play, give our families a place to walk in the winter. That's why we want to know. to engage others, communities that can come into North Minneapolis and spend their dollars and have a good time, we can change the way North Minneapolis is looked at. We need to build something to draw others in, and that's a city. A city. Can you imagine playing basketball at one place on a Saturday afternoon for our youth in basketball? The dollars we would save. Can you imagine having the elderly in North Minneapolis having a place to walk in the wintertime to enjoy a dome or a complex that they can really enjoy, play cards in, and have a good time, play bingo in instead of going to McDonald's? These are the things we have an opportunity to do in this complex. Now, there's not a dollar being raised for it, but I think if we all got together, the two boards and the city council, and we really wanted to do something for North Minneapolis, this complex would be the right thing to build. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from y'all later.
Thank you, Mike. I will ask then one more time for Derek Winston if he is here or not. Derek? Okay, with that, I am going to close then the public hearing. I thank you all for coming out. This is greatly appreciated. And with that, I will then entertain, see now, what are we going to start with? A resolution. We need to look at the resolution. So if somebody would read that for me, I'd appreciate it.
I'll move resolution 2019-106, resolution approving the North Service Area Master Plan.
Okay, I'd like to open it up for discussion. So, Commissioner, I believe Severson, but I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Go right ahead.
Adam, can I get you for a quick question, please? So, I'm assuming there wasn't too much conversation between North High School and the plan that went on in moving these courts to North High School, was there?
Commissioner Severson, Chair Forney, no, there wasn't very much conversation with the high schools generally throughout the process.
Was there any conversations with Minneapolis Public Schools on these moves?
We've been able to have some limited conversations with some project management staff, but that's the extent.
Okay. So this is a really tough conversation for me to have, specifically on days such as today. We have had 3 shootings in a row. Today was a 3rd shooting of a bullet that actually 2 bullets that entered into North High School. There's a lot of major conversations around where the front door is going to move in the future, where the future parking lot's going to be. There's a lot of conversations happening. But one of them places is where this CAC proposed where you guys are going to put tennis courts. So I'm super concerned that, I have a lot of emotion and a lot of things going through my mind because there should have been more of a conversation that should have happened with Minneapolis Public Schools, especially when we're planning for their properties. The other concern that I have is I would love a full-service skate park. I think that would be a great amenity to have at North Commons. But if we do that, then the 55411 zip code has 0 tennis courts in it. We've removed 4 tennis courts, from my understanding, from Farview Park. We removed 2 from North Commons Park. We removed 2 from Hall Park. We removed 2 from Harrison Park. And now this would mean that we have no tennis courts in 55411 other than this idea of putting them at North High School. What this means traditionally is North High doesn't have a tennis team now. And this is what has happened to North High School's tennis team. We went from 4 courts to down to 2. And then we practiced at two courts at 2 courts at North Commons and 2 courts at Hall. Then they removed the 2 courts from Hall, and they said we needed to bus down to Falwell Park. It was very expensive to bus kids down to Falwell Park, but we did it because we wanted to keep our kids playing. Well, then Falwell courts are no longer up and running. So now we don't have kids participating, right? While Patrick Henry has a robust program, one of the reasons I believe they have a robust program is because they have phenomenal courts. So my biggest concern, and I want all the skaters to know that I'm an ally, I would love to have that. But 55411 needs tennis courts. North High School needs the opportunity and has to have the opportunity for our kids to be able to participate in tennis. I would probably say at the time, North High had more African American kids or black and brown kids playing tennis than any of the other Minneapolis public high schools at that time. And now we don't have a program at all. So I want the skaters to know that I'm an ally, and I want to work with you folks in finding a great place. But I believe that having 4 courts at North Commons is very valuable and important, and I hope my fellow commissioners will support that when I try to move 21E. I've also asked Adam to give me a complete breakdown of how many tennis courts we actually lost when the park board removed all the tennis courts out of 55411. But once again, there's 2 courts in 55411 that the park board or that we have as far as tennis courts.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Yes.
We need to wind up.
Okay. I just want to speak on the dome. This is a very hard decision for me to make. There's a lot of allies who do not support having this dome in. And the one conversation that I had that absolutely touched home the most was, okay, what if we don't build this in North Minneapolis and we build it in Northeast or we build it in South? How will you feel about that? And I feel some type of way about it. I don't want to take from the opportunity of our kids to have to play in a dome. It will go up 6 months and it'll come down 6 months. And I know the neighbors around there are going to be upset by this decision. But what's most important is that our kids have a place to recreate. I've asked the coaches from Minneapolis North High School, Franklin Middle School, Olson Middle School, and Patrick Henry how they feel about this dome.
Commissioner Severson, I'm going to have to cut you off. Sorry, you can come back a second time. Commissioner Vital.
Thank you, Chair Forney. So Commissioner Severson and I have had conversations about the 2 things that he's talked about. I had questions about the dome because people were, talking to me about it. But Commissioner Severson just made some points that I wanted to make, that the dome was coming up and going down for certain times because there was a bunch of, a lot of people were asking questions about it staying there, all year long. So I'm glad that he clarified that. But I am in support of 21D. I like the full skate park. I have never seen anyone using those tennis courts. I do understand that there is the possibility of a high school tennis team. I understand this, that there could possibly be a team there. I also understand the possibility of it being 2 courts and maybe a smaller park. I would rather come to a compromise than to have no skate park at all. I feel like kids should have multiple options instead of none. The young man who spoke tonight said it better than anything. Like he's someone who's doing something different than what I think we assume that young people do. It's not just about one thing. You can't assume that all kids are going to want to play tennis or are going to want to be in a dome. So why not give them all the options that we possibly can? Why not think about the kids who aren't going to want to do just that? So I am going to bring forward 21D. If I get support for it or not, I don't know, but that is what I support.
Thank you. Commissioner Cogill?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair Forney. I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, especially want to highlight the commitment of Dick Adair and other folks that have been really vigilant on the loose line trail alignment. I don't know if Dick's still here or not, but anyway, it was great to have that tour early on in the last year, and I'm really excited to see the vision of that new alignment coming to fruition. I will also just mention that I am going to bring forward a small amendment to the Bryn Mawr Meadows Park, just regarding some pollinator-friendly guidance and reducing of the parking stalls. It is a major park, but it's also going to be right next to the Green Line extension, and I think one of the roles that I can play here, beyond what the CAC has recommended, is to think big about what the real need's going to be and what impacts around the area are going to be with transit. So just wanted to say that.
Commissioner Meyer, excuse me.
Thank you. Adam, can you speak to
how these potential amendments were generated?
Yes, Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer. These are all related to items, themes that were identified as having a moderate impact on the plan, which were things that could be fairly easily changed without re-engaging the community in a very large process, but also items that we as staff may not have felt comfortable changing 18 months of community engagement based on a 45-day comment period. So it's a way to honor what people have brought forward by giving you options to modify the plan if you see fit. And so essentially, almost without exception, every theme that is noted as having a moderate impact on the plan has an amendment associated with it. And those are tabulated on that sheet by park.
And the ideas for these amendments were coming from comments from the community, or there are ideas where staff had like internal disagreements, or were any of them commissioner generated?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, these are items where, I guess to put it most simply, the community might have disagreed with something in the draft plan to some degree, and then staff opted to not change the draft plan, and yet we're providing an amendment to you that if you choose to change the draft plan or the final plan in front of you, then you can do so. In some cases, in the case of North Commons and the tennis and the skate park that we're talking about, staff did opt to modify the plan that's before you. So we have provided an amendment to put it back the way it was, as well as an amendment to reflect something that community members said about additional tennis courts. So I think the process here is that if there's a change that you want to make to the plan, and if it's something that's tabulated in these community comments, then you can simply move amendment such and such, and that can be voted on. If there's something else that you want to change, you'll have to move that with language that makes me able to understand how to modify the plan.
So I guess my request to the commissioners is if you want to bring one of these amendments forward, I would suggest doing it at the next board meeting so that commissioners can have a chance to evaluate all of these, because I haven't had the chance to yet. I was wondering also, Adam, if you could speak to some of these, so there are 5 for 21 for North Commons. And other commissioners have brought up 21D and 21E. Are those in conflict with each other?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, sometimes they are. So to just run very quickly through the North Commons amendments, 21A would remove the dome but keep the premier fields. 21B, and that's based on comment that we heard during the public comment period and also things that you've heard during the public hearing tonight. 21B would actually go further, and 21B addresses the recreation center itself. 21C would go further and remove the dome and also the premier field and return it to a natural turf multi-use field like we have today. Amendments 21D and 21E would be in conflict with each other. So 21D would return the large skate park to the master plan. 21E would instead put 4 tennis courts and no skate park. So presumably both of those amendments cannot be passed together. Obviously making no amendment would, should the plan be adopted, would send it forward with what's in front of you, which is 2 tennis courts and a skate spot, which is kind of the compromise position that we were striving for as staff.
And would you say that staff is neutral in regard to these amendments, or do you have, would you stick with your recommendation that you put before us today?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, I think that's a good and fair question. I think the staff recommendation to adopt the plan is to adopt the plan as it is in front of you. We feel like that's the best plan we could produce based on the community engagement and based on what we understand about recreational planning. But we also do recognize that sometimes we may miss the mark on some things, and so that's why we provide the amendments.
Okay. So I'll just reiterate my position. I'm going to vote for the overall plan today, but I'll abstain for now on any of these amendments and fully consider them at the next board meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Severson for a second time.
So, Adam, who would pay for these tennis courts to be put at North High School?
Commissioner Forney, Chair Forney, Commissioner Severson. I want to be clear that the plan in front of you does not have tennis courts on North High grounds. So that is not the current proposal for us.
I'm worried about the amendment that might be made. So my question was, if there was an amendment made and there was enough votes on this board, who would pay for the tennis courts at North High School, and who would maintain the tennis courts at North High School?
I think, Chair Forney, Commissioner Severson, that would, most likely we would commit to the construction of those tennis courts if public schools were to acquiesce to them being on their property. We have done that before with facilities in partnership with public schools. I think our intent is to consider them Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board tennis courts, though they would operate under a license or agreement with another party. There are other school sites where that is the case. There's a basketball court at Stewart, for example, that sits on school grounds, yet we maintain it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cogill for a second time.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I would like to make my my amendment and just note to Commissioner Meyer to hopefully consider my amendment, partly due to the fact that this was in our packet to read. We were supposed to, the draft plan has been out. I think that there's ample time to consider, especially my amendment is very, very minor. So I'm just going to say it. I would like to amend the plan for Bryn Mawr Meadows to reduce the number of parking stalls on the east side of the parking lot by 4 and replace that with guidance to develop pollinator-friendly plantings.
Sorry, can I clarify the amendment?
Yep.
Okay.
You want to reduce the number of parking spaces by 4 spaces?
Correct.
And okay.
And then replace that with whatever plan guidance to develop pollinator-friendly plantings in that space. Is that a possibility?
Speak to it.
Chair Forney, Commissioner Cogill, I very much appreciate the amendment. When you mentioned earlier that you wanted to reduce the parking, I was expecting a much larger number, which certainly would affect the site design of the property. I think that it's hard at this scale of design to know even exactly how many parking spaces we have. So what I can tell you is a range between 155 and 168, depending on accessibility requirements, and all of that is figured out through detailed design.
Could I then, so I was counting on this, but maybe it was too undetailed for that. So then could I change that to a proportion?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to say like a fifth of the parking lot.
A fifth removed, okay.
Okay, so there is an amendment on the floor. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed. Abstention? Okay, so it sounds like it's been moved to amend that to the draft plan. Any other amendments? Okay, I'm seeing all sorts of lights, and I'm sorry I didn't watch. Okay, Commissioner Severson.
I just have a quick question about procedure. I can make an amendment in 2 weeks as well, correct? Thank you.
Commissioner Vito.
Yes, I'd like to move Amendment 21D to revise the North Commons graphic to show large skate park and location of existing tennis and tennis courts as a possibility on North High School property as proposed in the draft document, and to revise the North Commons cost estimate, maintenance estimate, and narrative revised overall facility maps and estimates.
Thank you. With that amendment, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, so we got 2 abstentions and we got 2 nays. That would mean that it doesn't pass. Okay, sorry. I had to do the math there. Okay, any other amendments? Well, okay, I would like to make a few comments. First of all, thank you, the CAC, Jonathan, for your chairmanship. And the thing that excites me the most is seeing all the wonderful connections that are being made, Loose Line to 26th Avenue. Very exciting. One thing that I'm hearing is a tug pull here as to skate park or tennis courts. And I personally, I feel that what staff has come up with as far as hearing what the tug pull is, I think, a compromise that I'm in agreement with, which is with the skate spot. I love that description. Anyway, skate spot and then the 2 tennis courts. I appreciate them, really reflecting and hearing the community and what they feel is reflective of their concerns and interests. And so I would like to advocate for keeping it as is, that particular portion. The dome also, I feel that I am very empathetic with the adjacent neighbors as far as concern about maybe its scale, although I hear a stronger interest in having a broad community interest in having a year-round facility there. So I will be supporting keeping the dome in there. And I wanted to just indicate to Paul, I think you're still here, I appreciate your advocacy as far as the skate parks. One of the things, though, that I'm having heard in a couple of various service area plans and everything is understanding what your priorities are. And unfortunately, we do need to have some guidance in that, and would appreciate you and your organization, helping us with that instead of being at this crossroads here. And I cannot thank enough our young speaker today for his comments. So I'm not going to add any amendments. I'm hearing that I don't see any other lights. So I'm going to ask for a motion to, or, a call for those who are in favor of the draft as it is, with the one amendment. Those signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
And abstentions? Okay, it's so moved. Thank you so much. And with that, I will also take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned. And thank you all, community, for coming out.
On behalf of the Operations and Environment Committee, I would ask the Secretary to please call the roll.
Commissioner Severson.
Here.
Commissioner Cogill.
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Vice Chair French.
Here.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Chair Musich, can we request a 5-minute recess?
So moved. If everyone could please move their conversations out to the hall. We're trying to conduct a committee meeting. Please. Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot. All right.
Can we have a 5-minute
I think
recess?
we'll just take a 5-minute recess since no one's listening to me.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Don't tell me what to say either.
Tails? I don't understand that. I don't know why he doesn't vote for it. I don't know why he
won't be
you know what I'm saying? On the tennis thing. Or did he realize he's not going to get the tennis thing today anyway?
But it's not even about that. It's about that neighborhood. Like, he needs pressure. They just don't want to be right. You just don't want to keep up with it. And trying to use other people to do it for them.
Do you care?
Okay. You can.
What'd you say? Do you care about the tennis courts? I care about the skate park more than I care about the tennis court, because don't nobody even use those tennis courts. And that's like a pipe dream to say that they gonna stop it. Like, I'm not trying to be like crazy, but they got like 50 for real. He just trying to get the win with the tennis courts because he want to get it with the donations. Like, the people are like, they want to win with the tennis courts. He don't want it to be like a little people in the neighborhood see the skate park is like gentrification. It's like a white thing, you know, but tennis courts are like a Venus Arena, you know. Carrie Joe, like her. I'm sick of her. What she keep coming up here? Why they ain't bring a kid up here to say they want to play tennis? Do you see that baby? Like that boy said he wanted to skate.
Right. But it sounded like a lot of the other community members during the process.
It wasn't no kids there. What kids? It wasn't no kids. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying. But there's also the other option. The other option is moving it over on the other side where the MPS building is. Like, skate park. What's that? Where's that?
Do you have a question for him? Just wanted to give everyone a minute and a half notice that we will be starting the meeting again in a minute and a half. If everyone could please move their conversations to the hallway, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. And we'll be reconvening in about 30 seconds. So for those of you holding conversations in the room, if you could please move to the hallway, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to reconvene the Operations and Environment Committee. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Cogill, for sticking around.
You're welcome.
Have this committee meeting with me.
Really excited to be here.
Perhaps someone on staff could try to collect the rest of our committee members so that we can proceed this evening. Pretty sure I need at least one more.
I think you need one more.
In absence of the board president, can we appoint Commissioner Vita to this committee so that we can continue this evening?
Oh, do we have? Oh, it looks like we
All right.
We got a third.
We've got a third commissioner. We now have quorum. Lovely.
Fantastic.
So at this
Thanks for
time,
being
I
here.
would entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved. Oh, sorry.
Lovely. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes. Before we get into the action items, I did want to let my colleagues know that I will be following the board rules. So you get 3 minutes on a topic and 3 minutes for rebuttal. I'm going to try to keep track of the time. if I am not good at that, I'll find someone who's not on the committee to do that for me at our next meeting.
Wonderful.
I also wanted to let folks know that in the interest of timeliness and respecting the work of our staff, I would ask the committee members prepare for meetings by completing a review of all materials in our packets and submit questions that you have to Assistant Superintendent Barrick by 5 p.m. Monday preceding our meetings. I would also ask that each member of this committee reach out to Roberta Groening to schedule a date to attend Field Friday. Field Friday, I'm going to pull up the description so I get it correctly here. Field Friday is an environmental stewardship event that's held with assistant superintendents and field staff to allow for people to just become better educated about issues that are happening, things that are going on in the system, et cetera. So in order to become better purveyors of the work that we do on this committee and just become more knowledgeable about the work that falls under our purview, I would ask that everyone schedule some time to participate in one of those Field Friday events. Yeah, so those were the items I wanted to, just the housekeeping items I wanted to take care of when we started. And we have an action item before us. Would someone like to move item 4.1?
I'll move item 4.1, Resolution 2019-107, a resolution approving an umbrella restoration and maintenance agreement and 3 site-specific agreements, Mississippi River Gorge Regional Park, Nicollet Island, and Ole Olson, between the Friends of the Mississippi River and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board for native vegetation restoration and maintenance work along the Mississippi River.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogel. We do have Marcia Holmberg here this evening. She would be happy to bring you up to speed on this. It was detailed in detail in your board packet, which I hope everyone had time to review before today's meeting. Did you have something prepared that you wanted to present to us this evening?
I do.
Okay.
Good evening. I am Marcia Holmberg from the Management Group. I'm here with Alex Roth from FMR tonight.
Microphone.
Oh, yep, short person height. To approve an umbrella agreement between the Park Board and the Friends of the Mississippi River. The resolution the resolution is to approve the umbrella agreement and 3 site-specific agreements. We've been working cooperatively with the Friends of the Mississippi River, or FMR, since 2001 when we began the Gorge Stewards Volunteer Program in the Mississippi River Gorge. And the program and the work with the FMR has been to engage communities through volunteerism in the restoration of forest, prairie, savanna, and wetland habitats along the Mississippi River. The approach of this umbrella agreement is similar to the shared use agreement that was signed in May between the Park Board and the Minneapolis Public Schools. We've been doing a lot of restoration work and cooperative projects with Friends of the Mississippi River for quite some time, and we've been doing various types of agreements. Most recently, we had a 2015 Memorandum of Understanding for the Ole Olson Park and for West River Parkway restoration events. And going forward, we'll be using this umbrella agreement and the supporting site-specific agreements to kind of standardize and streamline the process for implementing the restoration work along the river corridor. I'll just kind of briefly state what the umbrella agreement is. You have it in front of you. It defines standard definitions and the terms of the agreement, the restoration and maintenance requirements, community engagement requirements, resolution of conflict if we run into problems, and then also it establishes a restoration and maintenance site council for each site, and that would be a mixture of staff and FMR staff. And this is just standardizing the procedure for going forward and approving future agreements, restoration agreements.
The site-specific agreements that you have before you all have these three components. It'll have a subject area map, a work plan explaining the work activities to implement the restoration, and a planting list of plants that will be planted into the site. Tonight, there are three site-specific agreements, one for Nicollet Island, one for Ole Olson Park, and the third for West River Parkway. And at this time, I'd like to call upon Alex Roth, the ecologist from Friends of the Mississippi, to kind of go through those site-specific agreements.
Thank you, Marcia. Welcome, Mr. Roth.
Thank you, Commissioners, for having me. Thanks to Marcia and Deb and Jeremy as well for all their hard work on this. So like Marcia said, FMR has been a partner in restoration of natural areas in the Park Board since about 2001. And now we are really focusing on three restoration sites. The first and really most recent site is Nicollet Island, where we undertook a multi-year planning process for the natural areas on the north half of the island. Really, the goals of all of these restoration efforts, these habitat restoration efforts, are to do three things. They're to improve and provide habitat for wildlife, including pollinators, bees, butterflies, birds. Water quality improvements, so replacing invasive vegetation with deep-rooted native species that really help hold soil, filter, and retain water as it enters the Mississippi River. And three, to improve the aesthetics and the safety of parks, removing invasive vegetation screens that block trails, adding diverse native wildflowers to sites to improve their aesthetics. So on Nicollet Island, we're really doing that through three different steps. The first is forest restoration. So on the maps that you have, all those F units and the west side W units are forest restoration units, where we're really just removing invasive vegetation, things like buckthorn, honeysuckle, Siberian elm, and replacing those with native shrubs, wildflowers, grasses, and trees. In the two grassland units, we're essentially converting what now is unused turf grass areas or degraded grassland areas to native prairie, where we're essentially replacing monocultures of vegetation with up to 35 species mixtures of native grasses and wildflowers. And the third phase of the restoration there is really erosion control, installing some natural erosion control structures, again, to hold soil in place and keep things from running into the river. So at Ole Olson Park, Marcia mentioned we've been working here since 2015, right out in front of the building here. We started on a project to replace, again, turf grass and invasive woody vegetation with native prairie. So we took out an invasive vegetation screen of buckthorn and Siberian elm and black locust that actually blocked views of the river. We removed some turf grass areas on the riverside of the paths. And we replaced that with, again, about a 30 species mixture of grasses and wildflowers, which you can see blooming throughout the year out front. We've held off on an expansion of that project, which we do have funded, until we've gone through all of these memorandum approval steps. But I just wanted to show two quick pictures, sort of the before and after looks. We've cleared invasive vegetation from the shoreline, allowing you to see the river from the path. And then we've replaced that turf grass, that area you see ripped out there, with that diverse native species mixture. So again, improving habitat for wildlife, improving water quality, and improving park aesthetics. And then finally, West River Parkway, our longest running restoration site, really centered around an oak savanna and prairie habitat remnant at 36th Street in West River Parkway. We've been maintaining this with a dedicated volunteer team as well as our public volunteers since 2001, and slowly expanding our restored areas through mainly invasive species removal and native species plantings. And I just wanted to mention that in the past 2 years alone, we've engaged over 1,100 people at these sites who spent over 2,600 hours volunteering with us for native habitat restoration. So I believe that's all that's included at these three sites, and I think Marcia's going to come back and take any questions you may have.
And do we have any questions? Commissioner Forney.
Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I'm not on this committee. So exciting. This is so wonderful. I really love it. And thank you so much for doing all this great work. It's not a concern, but just an interest. Does any of this I'm assuming all of this is compatible with the master plans that we are doing, the Gorge Master Plan, and of course the north and the east of the river. All those things are all in collaboration with those service area plans.
Right, I can speak to that a little bit. The Ole Olson plan, and I hope I'm stating this correctly, is the Ole Olson work is part of the Central Riverfront Master Plan. We ran that through our planning staff as that master planning process had happened, and then FMR came to us to implement parts of that master plan for Central Riverfront. Ole Olson is, I'm sorry, I haven't been involved with these master plans, so I don't know. What is it, north of the... Above the falls. Thank you. Right. Thank you. And those two I was not involved, but they are, we did run them through the planning department, and there was community engagement involved in putting these ideas forward during the master planning process. Recently, I was involved with the Mississippi Gorge regional master planning process that Ellen Kennedy was spearheading, and these restoration activities they are compatible with the work that plan lies out. So
Yahoo, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Meyer.
I'm really happy to see this finally coming to us. It's such a big improvement to move from kind of sterile monocultures to diverse natural plants. And also just want to thank all the different organizations that have helped fund this work. The Natural Efficient Wildlife Foundation, the Minnesota Environment of Natural Resources Trust, LCCMR, MWMO, and the Longfellow Community Council. And I'm glad after almost 2 years of working on this that we're finally able to approve it.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Does anyone else have questions? Okay, I've got one. I noticed in the presentation that there are pictures of buckthorn shrubs that were removed by cutting versus manual removal. I would assume that those stumps were left in the ground and then treated with some sort of herbicide. Do you anticipate that the ecological integrity of the work that you're doing would be negatively impacted by the board's action to put a moratorium in place on the use of glyphosate?
Well, as you know, we are trying other strategies for controlling invasive plants in the park system. We've been using goats up at Worth now for 2 years. I think invasive species and restoration are challenging in urban areas. It takes many different strategies, and there is not one silver bullet to control invasive plants. So I think that going forward, we have the pesticide committee that's studying it, and we will know what the recommendations are. Currently, glyphosate is not being used by the FMR staff or contractors or myself for buckthorn control.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the clarification. If we have no further questions, then I would, I think we're ready to take a vote. We already moved it. So at this time, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-107, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That motion passes. We have a study report item this evening, the Operations and Environment Committee discussion items for 2019. This is something that I asked Assistant Superintendent Barrick to add. He's going to provide us with an update or an overview of the items that we requested to be updated on at some point that I would like to make sure that we do receive an update on this year, and then we will follow that with a discussion of what items folks really would like to see the committee take on this year. So just in the interest of transparency, I thought it would behoove us to have that conversation publicly. It's all you. Thanks.
All right. Good evening, Chair Musich, Commissioners.
We have prepared a quick summary of the topics that were addressed in 2018 on this committee. Starting back in April, we had the MDA in to brief us on gypsy moth infestation in the Lowry Hill area. We don't anticipate that that will be back this year. They declared us after that treatment free and clear of the gypsy moth, and so we don't anticipate coming back on that. We also in June talked about urban wildlife, focusing on beavers and geese. We are preparing just a summary of kind of our practices in tune with the mission at this point on that topic. We did have a topic that was full board, but could have very well been Ops and Environment Committee work was the wading pools and Weber Natural Swimming Pool in July after we were experiencing the challenges at Weber Pool and then a number of wading pools with some structural mechanical failures that were preventing them from staying open, and the board asked to be briefed on that. At the end of July, also that same night, we had the de-icing agents, which was a summary of products, impacts, and alternatives. We are collecting data. At the conclusion of that presentation, we did talk about we would be collecting data on our use so that we could come back to you. So we anticipate coming back to the board at the end of this winter. Haven't had to use a lot, knock on wood, but we have had a couple of storms, so we'll have some data. Then in August, we had the Minnesota School Forest Program. This was a partnership with the DNR. There's no need to come back to the committee or the board on that. That is up and running. And then the directive for the moratorium and on glyphosate and the Technical and Community Advisory Committee, that committee has met 3 times already. Our 4th meeting is scheduled for the 29th. And we will have the initial recommendations by the beginning of April. And so that will come back up. And then we had 2 last ones around winter operations. First on the 19th, on the 19th of December, around Minnehaha Falls, we talked about the operations there for public safety, and then just a general winter operations in November, an overview of sledding hills, snow removal, etc. So that was everything that was covered in 2018. The expectation that we'll return on de-icing agents and glyphosate and pesticides. So,
thank you very much. So at this time, I would entertain suggestions from committee members on topics that they would like to see covered in 2019. Commissioner Meyer.
I'm not sure if it would fit in as part of the discussion that we're having from the planning side, but I'd like to know more about our maintenance plans for the parkways. I've gotten a lot of emails recently about East River Parkway in particular, and would just like to be better educated about that. So that that's something that could maybe fit in that discussion or be a separate operations one.
Are you just clarifying question, are you asking for like day-to-day maintenance, or are you talking about rehabilitation of parkways, or both?
When we reconstruct them.
When we reconstruct them.
Yeah,
okay.
fixing potholes and things like that. What is our reconstruction schedule? There are some that, there are a lot that have potholes and a lot that's that they need to be completely redone. So I'd be interested.
So a little
in
bit of both. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Commissioner Bourne, I believe you were next.
Thank you, Chair Musich. I think some of this will also, I think as this list evolves, a lot of the conversations we have at our upcoming visioning sessions with the new superintendent will inform a lot of this list. But the 2 things that I would really, right off the bat, would really like to see is the board passed as part of its last budget some funding for some work and some exploratory work around creating pathways to employment programs in the trades. Okay. I think that largely, it's a cross organization, but I think a lot of that work is probably going to be in the Operations and Environment Committee. And we've been having Assistant Superintendent Barrick and Deb Pilger and I have been having more and more conversations around aquatic invasive management on the chain of lakes. I'm assuming some of those same conversations are happening at other lakes around the city. We used to, I think all three of us were on the board when we used to have the aquatic invasive plans come to committee first for approval.
I think we just
but the last few years, yeah, the last few years they've come up as just consent items to the full board. And I think in particular this year there's a lot of conversation around expanding the DNR permit. So I'd like to see that come up sometime this winter before those permits go in for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I missed who was up next, if it was Commissioner French or Commissioner Cogill.
Okay.
Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Musich. A couple of ideas that I have. I'd love a discussion on mowable land throughout the park system and thinking about just discussing that as an issue and how we can maybe move towards reducing the amount of mowable land that we have in all of our parks. I don't know if that's the best way to think about it, but it would be nice to have a discussion at least. Resiliency planning is something that I mentioned during petitions and communications. I know it is a larger planning issue, but I think it has a big impact on how we operate and maintain our park system. So it may have a place here as a discussion type topic. The sustainability of our assets, especially buildings that are used during the winter time, and how we're tracking and improving sustainability, especially any places that have heating or cooling agents, be greatly appreciated. And if indeed the pathways to employment does fall in operations in an environment, as President Bourne mentioned, I would agree with that. I think it's a great, I'm excited about that for this year, and I really want to keep the ball rolling with that initiative.
Thank you very much. Commissioner French.
I guess I would like to have some conversations about how we go about hiring folks in our park board and what type of qualifications folks need to have to get a job inside our park board. Things that may disqualify folks from getting jobs in our park board that may really need to be working in our parks, but because they have got in trouble with the law or something at one point in time in their life, well, they're not allowed to work in our parks. I want to change that. I want to figure out why we have folks who have been applying for parkkeeper jobs for years and are overly qualified and haven't gotten those jobs. I want to really have a comprehensive conversation about diversity in our workforce here at Minneapolis Parks and Rec.
Okay, and I don't know if that'll fall under our committee or under admin and finance, but I can discuss that.
Operations.
Right, I understand, but we hire people that are not all the jobs are in the operations division. So I don't know if that's appropriate for our committee or if it's appropriate for Commissioner Vita's committee, but I can discuss that with staff and her and make sure that it gets addressed this year. Thank you. Did you have other topics?
I didn't like to be, the directions you try to give people in front of, in the beginning of the committee was kind of rude. It was a little bit. And to assist that, to make this assumption that folks aren't prepared is kind of rude. And I hope you don't do it anymore. Thank you.
I'm sorry that you felt that way. My intention was not to make anyone feel that I thought they were unprepared, but rather to just note my expectations.
You do it quite often. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Does anyone else have anything that they'd like to suggest that we cover this year? All right. On that note, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That motion carries.
All right. Next time is 8:18. I'd like to bring to order the Recreation Committee. Secretary Ringo, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Commissioner Musich. Vice President Hassan.
Here.
Vice Chair Severson.
Here.
Chair French.
Here.
You have the floor.
I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
You don't need a second.
All right. I would like to, we have a study report, and I think we have two.
Would you like to, a motion to approve the minutes?
So let's take a vote on the agenda. All in favor of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. I'd like to approve the minutes from Wednesday, October 17th.
So
Can somebody
moved.
moved? Second? No second. All approve the minutes from October 17th, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, so now we have a study report. We're going to have our study report on full service community schools, and Therese Cox is going to come up and talk to us a little bit more about full service community school campuses. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you, Chair French. I have just a very brief, high-level presentation on the progress that we've been making towards full-service community school parks model. And I'll just go through the background, what the model is intended to do, our partnerships, and the timeline for the project. So very broadly, this is a relationship that would be developed, that is being developed between Minneapolis Public Schools in support of developing and implementing 3 full-service community school park models in the city. And the intent of the project is really designed to serve the whole child, to include their academic success, social and emotional development, recreational needs and interests, and mental health of young people. Through this project, we'll deepen our relationship with MPS to serve school-age children and their adult caregivers, which we'll talk a little bit more about in a bit, all for the purpose of improving academic outcome and, again, attending to the needs of the whole child. So the 3 sites that have been determined in collaboration with Minneapolis Public Schools and Minneapolis Park Board are City View Community School, Richard Green, and Mary McLeod Bethune Community School. And we're going to talk tonight more specifically about Bethune. So again, the intent of this initiative is to really have a very targeted focus on the child, attending to needs beyond academics, but really, again, looking at the whole child, and then somewhat of a ripple effect, identifying and supporting the needs of their adult caregivers, and then supporting the needs and interests of the broader community that surrounds that school. And again, we'll talk a bit more about that in a second. So how is this different than other models? This is really, as I've mentioned, creating this laser focus on young people in a way that considers the assets and resources that are around the school already. So focused and intentional collaboration, coordinating services to get the intended outcomes, and then building deeper connections to the community and to the families that are associated with the young people. Through this work, we create a shared student success vision, and everyone's marching in that same direction with the same intended outcome, which, quite frankly, there are other models that take somewhat of a scattershot approach, kind of throwing things at the wall, but this really looks at being centered on the same thing, shared vision, shared approach, and everyone marching in the same direction. So I've invited our partners to be with us tonight, and I have Kate Kampa from Minneapolis Public Schools, and then also Gertrude Matamba Matusa. Is that right? Thank you. From Phyllis Wheatley. I'm super excited about this relationship, and I'm going to talk a bit more about why. As we were thinking about what the third site should be, it really felt like a no-brainer that Phyllis Wheatley was chosen. One, Phyllis Wheatley has a deep history, long history in the neighborhood, in the same site. So they've been in North Minneapolis for many years doing similar work. And if you look at their portfolio of work today, it really does serve the very things that we're talking about, focused on children and the adults that are associated with them. And we'll talk a bit. Not to mention, they are immediately adjacent to Bethune. So it seems like a partnership made in heaven, as I like to describe it. So some of the services that it currently exists at Phyllis Wheatley are early childhood. We know that kids who start school either prepared for kindergarten, they do considerably better. So the fact that Bethune is already working with some of the youngest citizens in our city and preparing them for academic success is really a benefit to Bethune. Now, this doesn't commit that all kids who go to Mary T. Welcome will go to Bethune, but there's a percentage of them that will, and so they are showing up in kindergarten already prepared for the work that's ahead of them. If you have not examined what kindergarten work looks like now, it is much more intense than when perhaps some of us were in kindergarten. Not to be so crass, but when some of us were young, if you could just not eat the crayons and stay dry all day, you could be successful in kindergarten. That is not true now. So we need kids that are showing up with language acquisition, kids that are socially prepared and know so many more things than what we needed to know on the first day of school. And so Mary T. Welcome is doing a tremendous amount of work in that area. They are already engaged in the Be at School project, which is really about improving school attendance. And we know that kids who are missing instruction time get further and further behind with each missed day. So they are already working on ensuring that kids, both at Bethune and in the schools in the area, are attending schools more regularly so that they get the instruction time that's needed to be successful in school. They are also serving the adults and families, and there are both men's programs and women's programs that focus on individual needs for those people that participate. And so, again, I believe that this is, when we chose this site and this complement of partners, I think that we really are onto something, and I'm so excited about the work that's going to come from it. Again, these partnerships, we've talked about the intended outcome, and I really want to jump down the couple of bullets to talk about connecting the community more deeply to their neighborhood schools and parks and making them the center of the community. So having them become the places that they want either recreate in, that they seek support in, that they are just in community. They think about the places where meetings are held, or they think about the places where they seek information, ensuring that our parks and schools in this particular neighborhood become kind of that hub and serve that purpose is one of the things that I'm excited about coming out of this work. So this is a planning year for MPS's grant, and so we are tracking along in the same timeline with Minneapolis Public Schools. So planning year began in January and will go through August. And so part of that work is hiring staff, which we have already identified our coordinator for the Bethune site, Thelbra Williams, who is a current employee who is who's going to serve as the coordinator at Bethune. I will tell you, as I thought about what kind of background and experience do we need in this role, particularly as we are doing kind of the heavy lifting on the front end, I couldn't have thought of a better person than Thelbra Williams. Her programming skills and ability are superior. Just as she and I did a site visit over at Bethune last week or so, and I was saying to Gertrude that I am just in awe still every time I run into a 30-something, sorry, Thelbra, for telling your age, every time I run into a 30-something who still talks about the experiences they had as a result of programming that Thelbra's developed, I'm just amazed. Lo and behold, as we're walking through Phyllis Wheatley, in comes a young lady who's like, oh my goodness, Thelbra, I can't believe it's you. And she starts to go on about all of the things that she did during some of the programs that Thelbra either introduced, developed, or had children participate in. So I think we've picked the right one as we get this program developed and off the ground. Community engagement. So a big part, one of the most critical parts of this project is the engagement part, and it's really about asking the community in earnest, what is it that you need? What services would you like to see in this model? We are not going to go about with the assumption that we know what they want, what they need, that we will do a sincere engagement process to hear what it might be. So it could be a range of things, some of which are already provided by either Minneapolis Public Schools or Community Ed, by the Park Board, by Phyllis Wheatley, or perhaps by other agencies that we need to seek support and collaboration with. And so we'll be asking the questions and legitimately waiting for the response. We'll continue to develop partnerships. I have to tell you, I'm trying to hold Athelbert back a little bit because she's already ready to rock and roll. She's got so many ideas in her head, and I'm like, let's tamp it down just a little bit because we want to make sure that we are marching along at the same pace. And then once we have some of those other big pieces in line, we'll define our success measures. So what are the goals that we have with this project? The school board has its set of measures, which largely are academic success. And they have a variety of ways of thinking about that. I don't believe that we can, with any real sincerity, say that we are affecting academic success, but there are many things that we can do that contribute to it. So I don't think that we can say causation. I think we certainly can contribute to correlation. I'll give you an example. You may have heard me say this many times before. On standardized tests, there are oftentimes words that kids are asked to define or understand. Rudder, or, OAR. If you've never been around a boat, those words mean nothing to you, yet you're being assessed on them. Our work is to really give those experiences to kids in a variety of ways that help them get that, gain that additional knowledge for things that may show up on standardized tests in the future, or it just may enhance their lives in general. So that's our work, and I think, those are some of the ways that will define our success. Lastly, the project has a launch fall of 2019. So in a short amount of time, the full-service school, all 3 full-service schools park models will be up and running. And this is just kind of our ideation of what people, kids, families, the community will experience, what they'll feel when they participate in this, or when they engage with this model. Questions?
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Cox. Thank you for all your hard work. I would like to entertain any questions right now. Anybody have any questions? President Bourne.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair French, and thank you, Ms. Cox, for the update. And I'm just super excited that Phyllis Wheatley was the site picked for our pilot. Gertrude, Phyllis Wheatley gave me my start in my professional career. That was my first job outside of school. So thank you for that opportunity to develop my leadership. And it was actually really sad. It was really sad to me when I think it was 2008, 2009 that the park board and Phyllis Wheatley amicably but parted ways. And I think it goes back to the program name Stronger Together. And I'm really excited that this partnership is taking off. And I am actually a very huge fan of the Stronger Together program, and it's changed so many people's lives. And I think we are excited to be a partner in that. I'm hoping that just on some of the details that we've gone over, Ms. Cox, you and I talked a little bit about this, and I can't think of anybody better to be detailed into the position than Ms. Williams. But I do want to make sure, so the board did make a direct allocation, and it was part of our levy, and when we detail somebody in, we don't have a net gain in our strength. And all of our employees are very much overworked and overstretched. So I want to make sure that the funding that was allocated, so with detailing Ms. Williams into this position, we now have an unfilled position in community outreach, and I want to make sure that they have the resources that they need because that is in the budget. So I know that's not your department, but I'm wondering if somebody can speak to our plan. Somebody can speak to the plan to make sure that we have the resources we need.
Thank you, President Bourne. So yes, we actually have given consideration to that. And so because of the timing of this, so community outreach is not kind of running on all cylinders this time of year. So just as they are starting to ramp up their work, the planning part of the full-service community school park model will be starting to slow down, and so that Delbert can transition back into her work in that department. And we'll be posting the position to be filled full-time. And this was done in partnership and in consultation with Director Wiseman.
Okay. Somewhere between the two, I just want to point out that somewhere between where the full-service community school campus pilot lives and community outreach, that we will then have vacancy savings in the tens and tens of thousands of dollars, depending on how long that lasts. And is that, I'm assuming that that is part of the budget dollars that we had allocated towards vacancy savings in 2019. So there's not additional dollars left on the table that we weren't anticipating.
So I cannot speak to that. Perhaps Corky can. How he spent his dollars, I don't know that.
I think I got a head nod from Ms. Wiseman, and I can ask that question offline too. I just know we had some vacancy dollars anticipated in our budget.
Thank you. I would also like to note that North Side is also a Thilber's service area. So she's really kind of doing dual duty. So as she's deepening relationships and connections in North Minneapolis, she'll be able to transfer that back to her work and outreach as well. So
great. My other the other update or the other two requests that I have is, one, the mayor of Minneapolis is very invested in this pilot, and I'm hoping that between the school board and the park board that we can make sure that the mayor gets consistent ongoing updates. He's a big advocate of the success of this partnership. And I guess I would just ask Chair French and Ms. Cox if we can get ongoing. I think we're all invested in this, and thank you for letting us know that we're on schedule, but it would be wonderful if we could have periodic updates. I know we're not launching until the fall, but it would be good to hear back every maybe 8 to 10 weeks to the board and just kind of let us know what you're hearing and what's going on out there, because we're very invested in the success of the pilot.
if I could speak to that, I actually have a calendar to present every other month that gives us enough time between all three organizations to get some real traction and have something meaningful to present to you. So it's kind of penciled out every other month.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for Commissioner? No? I want to say thank you and just having an opportunity to champion this cause that I think is near and dear to a lot of folks' heart. I've been at community centers. I've worked at rec centers where I've watched park workers go and buy food for kids, right? Because they don't have food at home because their mom or dad is whatever the reason is. So I think our full-service community schools is going to be addressing some issues that other institutions don't address, and some kids fall through the cracks. It was a big to-do when LeBron James opened up his freedom schools. We can do that right here. That model's not too much different from what we want to do here. People may ask, why is the park board involved in this? And I'm going to ask one of those other questions, why isn't the park board involved in this, right? Why aren't we, becoming a stakeholder in what goes on with our kids? So I'm very happy that our staff is taking on this lift that isn't normal for a park board staff to do. And I just want to say thank you to folks like Carrie Jo Fielder and folks over at Minneapolis Public Schools for allowing us to come in and work in collaboration to make our community better for everybody, right? So thank you very much. Any other questions? No? With no other questions, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
All no, say no. We are adjourned.
The time being 8:37, I'd like the secretary to call the roll for the administration and finance.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Severson. Here. Vice President Hassan. Here. Vice Chair Coghill. Here. Chair Vita.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I would like to entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'd like to entertain, it's approved. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the minutes. So moved.
You don't have any minutes.
Say that again. Oh, there are no minutes. Okay. So we have one study item. We have the biennial budget discussion, and we're going to have Julie Wiseman present for us. Thank you, Julie.
Chair Vital and Commissioners, good evening. During the 2019 budget development process, there was a desire from commissioners to better align with the City of Minneapolis budget process in order to provide more meaningful information to the mayor and city council. As we begin our budget conversations in the coming weeks, it's extremely timely that we have guests from the city of Minneapolis today to talk about some changes that are on the horizon regarding budgeting. So I will just turn it over at this point and then circle back at the end to say some final comments. But I'll introduce Councilmember Palmisano.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me introduce our budget director. I'm Lene Palmisano, City Council member, Chair Vital, members of this committee. Thank you for having us on your agenda. I have mentioned in December that we'd be back this month to talk about this more. Over the last year, I've had conversations with Park Board members, with Board of Estimate and Taxation members, with former budget directors of our city over the past decade or so. And what gives us the opportunity, we think, to present this idea of moving to a biennial budget, which would be doing our major budgeting once every 2 years and doing a supplemental budget in those interim years to be more like the state of Minnesota, is really the need that we all have before us now, which is we're in this constant budgeting cycle. We're in this constant need to make decisions, and we tend to make those decisions based on outputs and not on outcomes. As you just heard from Julie, you're already in a budgeting cycle for this next year. There's never an opportunity to pause and to look at performance management, performance evaluation, program evaluation, to what end, right? We can just swim in data all day long. We can slice and dice that all kinds of ways. But to that end is we're really looking for the opportunity to change the way we do business as a local government function. I've been a very strong champion of our Results Minneapolis program, so is our mayor. We aren't going to be able to do the transformation of our city to meet modern needs with our governments, in my opinion, by just adding more. And through our budget process, always talking about that additional 5% or 7% or 8% that we are going to need every year. Rather, I think we need time to look at the other 90+% of what we're doing now and see how those needs might change in serving our residents of the city. So with that, I will pass this along to Micah Innermill, who's our budget director, and he'll go through some of the steps on this. In general, this would be a charter change that the Charter Commission has been talking about for quite some time and has passed this back to City Council, and we're sending it to the Charter Commission saying that we might be interested in doing this by ordinance. So we had a meeting at Intergovernment Relations Committee today. On Friday, the City Council will pass this back to the Planning Commission for further discussion. So I just wanted to invite the Park Board into that discussion and really be a partner in this decision and in addressing the needs and how this might fit for the Park Board, and have a healthy discussion with you all as well. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
And here's Micah.
Chair Vital and Commissioners, thank you for having me. Again, for the record, my name is Micah Innermill. I'm the Budget Director for the City of Minneapolis. And the good news for everybody is I don't have anybody else to introduce. You're stuck with me. So, as Councilmember Palmisano said earlier today, the city's Intergovernmental Relations Committee received this presentation. So I share that with you, and I'll make a few tweaks along the way. But pretty much anytime you see the City Council as an actor, in talking with Julie, my understanding is that you can substitute Park Board and the system works the same way. So we, Councilmember Palmisano kicked off a process to change the charter by introducing an ordinance in December to make a series of changes to the section 9.3 of the city charter, which relates to the budget. One is to align some of the mayor's submission dates. So the mayor proposes the budget, aligning that with the dates required for the Board of Estimate and Taxation to set the maximum levy. Some of the changes relate to the level of detail at which the mayor must present his or her budget. And then the big change is moving to a biennial budget system as opposed to an annual budget. So in our current state, there are 4 major phases to the budget development. In the early part of the year, my office at the city and Julie and her team here at the Park Board are developing assumptions around what the current service level, so what we're doing today, what that will cost next year. And we're building out our cost allocation models on charging for fleet and rent and other internal services. That information then gets pushed to departments where they then will adjust their spending as necessary for next year, develop any additional requests for funding that they'll need, that 5, 6, 7% that Councilmember Palmisano mentioned. And then that feeds to the mayor, who receives those requests, reviews those requests against his or her priorities, and makes decisions about any changes to either current service levels or any additional services that will be provided in the next year through that proposed budget. With the Park Board, it's a bit different there, where that work is happening at the Park Board, and then the superintendent shares information with the mayor about a required levy for the Park Board. And then all of that, after going through the Board of Estimate and Taxation, and after they set a maximum levy, goes to, on the city side, goes to the council for their review and adoption, and obviously here at the Park Board, goes to you for your review and adoption. And so, really, as Councilmember Palmisano said, this is built on continuing current service with some relatively small changes around the edges. And when this process gets stacked on top of itself over several years, I think that it's easy for decision makers at all levels, whether you're a department head, an elected policymaker, it's easy when you're just continually making these decisions to fall prey to some tunnel vision, which is not a criticism, but just a mere fact of being human. And so the decisions that you've made in year 1, often you lose sight of by the time we're at year 4. I think we think that we can do things a little bit differently and with a better outcome. So, the problem statement that we've developed is that we're spending too much time writing a budget and focusing on that document and focusing on that current service level. We're not doing enough time budgeting, and what I mean by that is not spending enough time outlining our priorities, looking at our existing resources, how we can align those before we add new. And in this sort of continuous cycle of budget writing, it's the document and the construction of that document. Those deadlines are driving decision-making timelines, and I just don't think that that's a good place to be. Neither does Councilmember Palmisano, and that's why she introduced the ordinance. And frankly, departments at the city, I'm sure departments here at the Park Board experience burnout because, to the point that we're already in the 2020 budget cycle right now. I mean, it's today January 15th, and we've barely had an opportunity to start to implement the appropriations that the City Council has made just a little over a month ago. And finally, it really provides little room for planning and evaluation. Situations, I don't have specific examples for you here at the Park Board, but at the city, routinely we have situations where a department has a great idea for a pilot program. It's been funded for a few months, and it's barely gotten off the ground before they have to turn around and make a request for full funding for the future. And so not only do they not have the data to base that request off of, but they've barely affected any outcomes. So the proposal here in going to a biennial budget, I think when people hear a biennial budget, it's natural to say, okay, so that's a big budget in the first year and a smaller, less changes in the second year. That's not necessarily the case. What it really is putting together a 2-year plan that is set before the 2 years start, but then what the makeup of those 2 years is wholly up to the decision makers themselves. The first year process looks a lot like the annual process we have today, but in that second year, you see a little bit less activity and more time for deliberation and action of a different kind. So then again, when stacked on top of each other, there's more opportunity here for thoughtful review, time to breathe and look back at our financial performance before we start to make major decisions again for the future. So important to note under the proposed language, the levies would still be set annually as required by law. A supplemental budget process is included in the draft charter language so that, the estimates are just estimates, and if what is predicted to be needed to maintain current services in year 2 of the biennium turns out to be more or less than actual, what's actually needed, then the Park Board Superintendent, the mayor can talk together about requesting a different levy for year 2. And as happens today at the City Council, I'm not quite as familiar here with the Park Board, but as needed, the budget can be amended throughout the year. So really, again, it's about building in that space for financial and program performance evaluation, but also just truly better aligning our financial planning, where I think this year at the city we talked more than perhaps in the last several years about the 5-year financial direction and the planning tool that's included in that document, which of course contemplates what the Park Board levy will be over the coming 5 years, as well as all of the other levies across the city. Better aligning that truly with our appropriation cycles so that folks aren't confused about what's a promise, what's a guarantee, what's a suggestion that maybe this is a good idea, but rather there's a little bit more consistency between that planning and the action. Frankly, it creates great opportunity to redeploy staff, not only finance staff, but staff in other areas that work on budget development to other pressing work. I mean, a lot of time goes into sort of rebuilding the process that we did last year, and I think that all who work, live, and play in the city of Minneapolis can benefit from those hours being spent elsewhere. And then to Councilmember Palmisano's point, it shifts the budget focus from the outputs, meaning what dollars are going where, to budget outcomes, which is why and what are those dollars affecting. So that's why the city's having the discussion that we're having. If you have any questions, I'm certainly happy to stand for those.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yeah, I'm really supportive of this change. I'll note that it's not just taxing on the departments, but on the electeds too, to be in this constant process. I do have one question. You said that the levies would still need to be set annually by law. Is that state law?
The state statute does require the levy to be set annually.
Okay. That seems to me like it wouldn't be too difficult to change.
He's already working at the state.
I mean, I don't know what anyone's objection would be, right?
Well, there's 739 cities, and you'll be the only one doing it.
Are we the only city that would be considering this change?
You have to work with it.
I know we do. Okay.
Yeah, Ramsey
would-
County does do a biennial budget, and I believe that they have special authority from the state to.
They're a charter county, so
Yeah.
they can do it on their own through the charter.
So, but no other city in the state of Minnesota is on a biennial budget. There are a handful of cities nationally. San Francisco would be the most notable city in the nation.
You could do it, Commissioner. You could do the budget biennially if you want to, but the levies are required annually by the state law in terms of the Department of Revenue and certifying the levy and reporting to them, and you'd have to unwind all kinds of tax law to change the way they operate.
Okay.
Commissioner Cogill, followed by Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, Chair Vita. What constitutes the supplemental budget? Is there a parameter being discussed, or what would that be?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, the draft language, which unfortunately I don't have right in front of me, does have a number of items that need to be included both in the original budget submission from the biennial budget submission from the mayor, and then the supplemental as well. But it would be, a similar level of detail as what is presented in the biennial budget. So, what are our needed revenues? What are our planned expenditures?
Right. Okay, but you wouldn't be seeing additional items being added to a supplemental budget with part of the charter, I suppose, is the question.
Sorry, I misunderstood the questions. Yeah. 8:55.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, we're used to it. This is early for us.
No, I hear you. I probably wasn't very clear.
Perfect. Picked the wrong day to come in early. So certainly, a supplemental budget could either be made necessary by tweaks to original assumptions around what salaries may cost or rent, or it could include additions. A long time passes between May prior to the biennium and August when you're in the second year of the biennium, and so as those changing conditions happen, if new items need to be added, then that certainly could be included in the supplemental budget.
I see. Yes.
Chair Vito and Commissioner Cogill, I'll just add that with the potential for a supplemental budget, it's not that there would be one every single year. So it would be in case something came up in that second year that wasn't planned for, or
right.
And then also just the mayor's budget and the park board's budget, if whatever came up would require us to levy additional taxes, then we would want to work with the city and work with the mayor to see if they would go along with doing a supplemental budget proposal at the same time, since the mayor recommends a park board levy as well as us. If it didn't have anything to do with the levy, we could go in with our own supplemental budget. If there was a situation where the park board and the mayor didn't agree on the property tax levy, we could submit a supplemental budget as we do now and request the Board of Estimate and Taxation to set a maximum levy and go to the Board of Estimate and Taxation and lobby for that levy as we do now.
Thank you for that response. My other question has to do with evaluation procedures. I suppose I'm not quite familiar with what current evaluation procedures are and whether or not they, I would assume, differ across departments, but is there any kind of guidance that is being considered for this amendment regarding how that would change?
Chair Vito and Commissioner Cogill, as you know, the Park Board has taken on performance evaluation and outcomes and data-driven. We just implemented ViewWorks, so we don't have definitive answers for every single department, But I know in my initial conversations with Superintendent Bangora that is something near and dear to his heart as well. So those things will be coming forward in the years to come, I would say.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Those are the questions I had.
Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair Vito. I'm not on this committee. It's a great idea. It really is. I just want some clarification. So as far as the charter change, is this a charter change that you're coming to us and ask if we would participate? In other words, it would change both the city and the park board is what you're requesting.
So, Madam Chair and Commissioner, I think as currently written, the charter change would say that the park board needs to come to the mayor, as do city departments, with a biennial budget request. And so I think in the context of how things operate today, that would mean coming and saying these are our anticipated levy needs for the next 2 years, as opposed to today where this is our anticipated levy need for the next year. And so it's not a full, what's being submitted to the mayor is not a full-blown budget proposal because you have your own process, but just that levy piece is what would be needed.
So you're going through the process of considering a charter change. And so when do we need to weigh in, I guess, is what, I'm also.
Chair Vito and Commissioner Forney, I will defer to Council Rice on that matter.
The city under state law has the ability to recommend charter changes to the Charter Commission, and if they do it unanimously, basically the city council can change the charter no matter what the park board says. Okay. But if one council member were to object to a charter change, they'd have to go to another option, which would either be basically an election to do it. So I think normally with these kinds of changes to the charter, it's a proposed change to Chapter 9, Section 3, dealing with the budget, to set forth a schedule that would require that you do what you do now. I was just made aware of this earlier this evening. I assume there's no change to the Board of Estimate. So what would happen is you go through a budgeting process like you do, submit your proposal, the Board of Estimate would review it, and then it would become a 2-year budgeting cycle.
Okay. Thank you for that. Oh, Councilmember Palmisano. Yes.
If I may interject, Chair Vita, Commissioner Forney, it is my intent to get, if everybody sees this, connects with it, we discuss ideas, we discuss how things might work, agree on as to what that is. It is my intent to change the charter with a 13-0 vote. Now, there's a lot of things that could change that being one of my colleagues saying no at the very end, right? So part of my intent in working on this and having a lot of offline conversations with many people over this past year, and in bringing this forward to you now, is the City Council wouldn't vote on something like this until March timeframe. So there's a couple of months here where I really ask your engagement. It's part of why I'm here now is to really listen to you and to hear some of your concerns and some of your thoughts and issues around it, because I would not be wanting to bring this forward if a lot of those things are not ready and resolved. So I have had a lot of conversations with the Charter Commission Chair, Barry Clegg. It is also his interest to not, this seems like not a real appropriate ballot measure, because to the public this is about how we do our job, not about something that the public necessarily is concerned about. I will say one of the potential criticisms of this would be, it has been from conversations with my colleagues, that, well, there would be less opportunities for public input, and I think we shouldn't confuse quantity with quality. I mean, just to be quite honest, at the city council level, we don't really ask people for their thoughts about our budget until it's mostly baked. And doing something on a 2-year cycle that would be able to put information about how programs are going and have more discussion about those outcomes really allows for a different level of participation in the beginnings of the budget making process. So that's one of the trade-offs with this. I just want to be forthcoming with that.
Thank you for the clarification. And I mean, I need to say that right now I can't think of any downside to this.
Sure.
And I like the way that you're qualifying it, not quantifying it. I mean, for myself, a case in point was the full service school. I mean, as far as, you know, what are our deliverables and what are our outcomes and everything, we're not going to have that information before we start going into our budget process. So, I mean, I feel like, you know, yes, you're always kind of doing this catch-up. And so I see really some real positives about it. And unless I can think of some negatives, I'm for it.
Sure. I invite all of you to please reach out and interact with any questions you might have to me in my office, to Director Intermill. The one concrete example that I think was to Commissioner Cogill's question when Director Intermill was speaking was I was thinking about the navigation center. I was thinking about our encampment in Minneapolis and how that wasn't something that was actually budgeted for, sure. If you remember. That was something that we had to kind of late stage retrofit in to our budget. And those kinds of things will always come up. And there's always going to be a way that we're going to need to make those things work. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Musich. Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Councilmember Palmisano, if you want to return to the dais, I have a question for you. It's about timing. So you said that you wanted to bring this before a committee for a vote at the council level in March. Does that mean that you intend to have the change be implemented this year so that we would start 2-year budgeting in 2020?
That's an excellent, Chair Vita, Commissioner Musich, that's an excellent question. No, in fact, not, because there are, for charter changes, appeal periods. Okay. So built into this timeline is the idea that we would not be able to implement this year. If we do things based on the procedural kind of timeline here, there would be a public hearing at City Council and through our Intergovernmental Relations Committee on Wednesday, the 27th of February. The City Council vote would probably be in March, and this is based off of when the Charter Commission submits something back to Council, we have a fixed period of time with which we have to act. So there might be an opportunity to push this a cycle or two, but not too many. The idea is that then there's a protest period as is standard, and then a 90-day effective period after that. So if all of these things happen in as normal succession, that stacks us up to publication on March 9th. The essential effectiveness of all of this becomes in June, like mid-June of 2019, but our intent has been for it to start for the 2021 budget. It will just take some time, department by department, to change their process to work with different department heads as to how they want to do this. I have not yet met with a department head who hasn't been thrilled about the idea of this change, especially our public works director who has so many multi-year projects going on. But it would take a while to ramp up.
Okay, thank you for the clarification there. And I had meant to say earlier, I'm not on this committee, but I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. Thank you.
Council Rice, you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, it's the policy board's members to make the decision, but having done work on the charter before, particularly the plain language charter, that took, I think, close to 8 years to complete. I would really urge that we, since this is a charter amendment, I think this would take a fair amount of scrutiny, or the park board, if it wants to go down this route that, and on the timeline that Councilmember Palmisano was suggesting, we better start looking at this very, very carefully in the next weeks. And by that, I mean, changing the charter is a very significant act. We understand how it works. The effort that went into changing the last charter was very significant in terms of making sure we understood exactly what every word meant and how it was aligned. And I don't think this is something I could give you an opinion on in any short period of time. I mean, I get the concept. It sounds like the board. It sounds like makes sense. The state's on a biennial budget. We all know how much time you spend doing it, but it's very difficult to change the charter, and once changed, it's even more difficult to unchange it. So I don't want to have the board put in a position and say, well, okay, this is what they said, but when you actually make the change in the charter, you're pretty much stuck with it. And on the board side of it's just something that I want to make sure that our finance staff, the board understands all the budgeting implications of doing it, because once you make a change to the charter, it's there. We're going to be talking about the Commons lawsuit later. There's one phrase in that charter change from in chapter 4 that the whole case is hinging on, and it's something that I think City Attorney Siegel we're having a lot of arguments in court over one phrase and what it meant, and that the whole case is turning on that. So you really have to look at every single word of the charter amendment. And I'm sure all the best intentions are there, but it's the law of unintended results. And I would say one part of it would be we have a very interesting division of powers between particularly a thing called the Board of Estimate and Taxation and these public hearings and stuff. I think you'd want to make sure that any of the potential critics of this thing have a chance to look at it, just if for no other reason to point out what they think what a flaw might be.
Thank you.
And I'll get on if that's the direction of the board. We'll start right away.
If I may, Chair Vita, I appreciate everything your council is saying. I want to just really acknowledge that I'm here to do this with you, not to you. And when it's ready, it's ready. There are some, as you know, Mr. Rice, timelines as to when something can come back and then has to be voted on. Our city attorney that's worked the most on this is Bert Osborne, because he is the attorney for the Charter Commission. And I believe he was part of the plain language charter process. I would equate this kind of a change from the charter perspective, because it's such a very specific part of the charter, as not being anything like rewriting the full charter into plain language, but rather more like how we raised the bonding limit last year, maybe a little bit more intense than the bonding limit. So I don't see it as nearly as significant as a change as Mr. Rice, but he's right that there are potential implications, and we want to look at every word. The ordinance, Julie has drafts of that ordinance. I've had questions about how our attorneys have written that ordinance, so I imagine you would too. And I invite you to take a look at that. There also will be more conversation about this at the Charter Commission, because they are really the stewards of our city charter, not city council. So, yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Meyer.
So if things went smoothly and you got a 13 unanimous vote, when would be the first year where we didn't have a budget? You said 2021 would be the first year. Is that the first year where we planned the first 2-year budget? Is that the first year off?
Because I got this, Chair Vita, Commissioner Meyer, because I got this wrong in the last hour, and I'm always off with the years and budgeting years, I'm going to defer to Director Intermill to answer that question.
Madam Chair and Commissioner, in 2020, we would build the first biennial budget for 21 and 22. So then that would mean in calendar year 2021 would be the first question as to whether or not there would be a supplemental for 2022. So that would be the first opportunity to have an off, quote unquote, off year. And if I may also, to council's point, we, in addition to Bert Osborne, the city attorney's office, we've also been working with, obviously, Barry Clegg, chair of the Charter Commission, but Brian Melendez, who was also instrumental in the plain language charter. So don't disagree with any of your points, but we're also working hard on the city side to not trip up.
Have you talked to Carol Becker?
I was going to say.
Just to interject, I've had conversations with Carol Becker and David Wheeler many months ago about this. That was part of my touching base with the Board of Estimate and Taxation.
So the thought that occurred to me about the timeline of the year is that there'd be an advantage for people starting their new term to have time to get familiar with how things work. It's difficult because if it's going to be for the park board and the school board, we have different years, so you couldn't do both. But the question is the Charter Commission still considering changing the year that we have our election? Councilor Vice, do you know if they're still going to be doing that?
I was distracted.
Changing the year that...
Is the Charter Commission still considering changing the year that our park board and city council elections happen?
I have not heard that. It was, as I followed the Charter Commission, they were dealing with the police department changes that were proposed by a group of council members, the oversight issue, and they had one other issue they were looking at. I don't think they've come to the issue of election cycles, but that might be tied into the the whole reapportionment issue. But maybe Councilmember Palmisano has some insight into that.
So to that question, the changing the election year issue is still on the table at the Charter Commission, and absolutely it's linked with the question about reapportionment.
The other issue was Board of Estimate member Becker's somewhat unsuccessful lawsuit against Mayor Hodges about the mayor's submission of a budget date. I don't know if that's still under consideration by the Charter Commission as well. That's minor. I mean, relative to this, but
this is actually an outgrowth from that. And so the other changes that I had mentioned, aligning the mayor's submission date with the Board of Estimate and Taxation's date for a maximum levy, and changing the level of detail required by a mayor in his or her proposal. Those items were a direct result of discussions that I and Ms. Becker and others had with the Board of Estimate and Taxation, and through that process, this question also came up, and so it's all one and the same.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So, Director Wiseman, Director Insermill, and Councilwoman Palmisano, I want to thank you so much for a lovely presentation and sticking it out with us, so late. Thank you very much. I would entertain the motion for dismissal.
Yes, so
yes.
What's that?
All in favor for adjournment? All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstention? Any
Abstentions.
Any abstentions? Adjourn.
So got one more, guys.
Oh, now we.
Everybody else is done.
Chris,
It
up.
The time being 9:17, I will call to order the second committee of the whole of January 16th, 2019. If the secretary would please take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Cogill.
Present.
Commissioner Severson.
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Vita. Here. Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Hassan. Here. President Bourne.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I would entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. I would entertain the motion to enter into closed session for
So
the
moved.
purposes of regarding downtown parks litigation. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of entering closed session signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, we are in closed session.